This is the Londonderry Town Council meeting for Monday, December 15th, 2025. Here, and please stand for the pledge.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I will open public comment. Good evening.
Marilyn Hoffman, 45 Hardy
You
Road.
want to speak to the mic?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, just so-
I usually don't come.
Yeah.
They told me to come
Yeah.
up here. I wanted to mention quickly, like 3 different things. We've been outside in support of the library and in support of their budget and their children's librarian that was voted for, and I think the people want, but I understand the budget's tight. Secondly, I saw in the paper this proposal to build 250 rental houses in the Woodmont project, and I don't have all the details, but I just wanted to say that I think that's exactly what we need in Londonderry, so that if the schools hire someone or the fire department hires someone, they could rent a house for a year, maybe affordably, and then, look for housing, which is so expensive here. So I know some of the neighbors weren't wild about it, but I just wanted to say I think New Hampshire is short. I've seen figures of like 30,000 to 60,000 housing units in the next 10 years. So anyway, I'd love to see that done. They built those little houses off Gilchrist that are quite attractive. And next item is that at the corner of Stonehenge and Litchfield and Mammoth, the barn is still there. And I know it's slated to be torn down, and that house, I don't know what's going to happen to that historic house. It's a very historic corner. And I'd like to not see it, developed with other housing units, although I'm talking about housing. And that historic house at least, maintain the way it is. And you can get grants to preserve a barn, and some of us were trying to work on that with Martha Fuller Clark. And we just never could get the landlord and everybody together to apply for a grant. But I think it's a beautiful barn, actually, and there are not too many left, and it probably could be repaired. So that's my last topic. Thank you very much for
Thank you.
listening.
Thank you, Marilyn.
Anybody else with public comment? Oh. Come on up to the mic. Yeah. Good evening.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Barbara Finnemore, and I'm a Londonderry resident, and I'm here to follow up on a joint letter that a group of us sent on Sunday to the town council and the chief of police regarding peaceful protest and our First Amendment rights in our town. We write because a number of us are engaged in lawful, peaceful protests every Wednesday afternoon at the corner of Mammoth and Route 102, and it's important for the community to have clarity and public reassurance about how these activities are handled. So our letter raises 4 points. I'll summarize them briefly. First, we asked for clear public affirmation that the police department fully protects First Amendment rights, including peaceful assembly. Second, we asked for assurance that the police department is not participating in and is not considering any 287G agreement or similar agreement with ICE, and that it does not cooperate in immigration enforcement related to peaceful civic activity. Third, we ask whether any information about peaceful protesters, such as photos, videos, or license plate data, is collected or retained in the absence of unlawful conduct. And fourth, we ask for a public dialogue between town officials, police department, and the residents so that these issues can be discussed openly and expectations can be clearly understood by everyone. So this is not confrontational. This is just questions about trust and transparency. And so we respectfully ask for a direct response to our letter, either tonight or in writing. And if the chief is present, we would welcome his response as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How are you tonight?
Good evening. My name is Ken Solden. I live at 10 Sunflower Lane. I'm a resident of Londonderry for 24 years. And when I first moved here, one of the first places I went to was the Leach Library. And it's always been a welcoming place, a safe place. And I've been observing the proceedings with the library, and we really as a town have to come together. It doesn't matter if you're a Democrat, Republican, or independent. The library is the crown jewel of Londonderry. It's a place anyone can go, from toddlers to senior citizens. If you walk into the library at any given time, you'll see somebody maybe reading the paper. You'll see kids after school playing board games. The library has over 90,000 physical materials that you can borrow. There's the Library of Things, there's reference services, young adult services, artwork, and book sales. So this is not a forum for politicizing. We have to come together as a town if we want the future of Londonderry to prosper. Education and the library is very important to the town. So we all as citizens and my friends and neighbors here, we need to come together and resolve this library issue, put it to bed, and let's go on with life as it should be within Londonderry. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else with public comment? Good evening, Richard.
Richard Belinsky, 89 Hall Road. I want to talk about the veterans credit. And I also want to be transparent that this in no way affects me. I'm not a vet, I'm not disabled, it has nothing, I don't benefit from this at all. The veterans credit was approved by this board on July 21st, by this council on July 21st, to become effective August 15th. August 1st of 2025. Veterans expected to get it. They didn't see it when the December bills come out. I've been given various information as to why, none of which pans out. One is that it's effective July 1st, 2026. There is no such thing in the legislature that says that. I have it all here. I was then told that the tax assessor spoke about that at the couple of meetings before this board on the, I believe it was July 7th and 21st. I watched those. It was not said. I have a letter, or a town council, the agenda cover sheet from 7/21/2025, submitted by Steve Hamilton, our assessor, that says, has the date August 1st, 2025 on it. Nowhere on it does it say 7/1/26. I agree that doing it on 7/1/26 would be the easiest way to transition because it's the beginning of a new year. The veterans were told they were going to get it. It got passed. Everybody's saying, well, you got to look at the TIR, which is a paper from the state. The TIR says that they have to make a decision by April 1st, 2026, if they're going to go with the new credit or stay with the stackables. I've been told that's wrong. It's not wrong. It's here. It's in front of us. If you decide to pull what you just did in July, they would go back to the stackables, the old way of doing it. It's right in the paperwork. So, here's my question. Everybody's beating up on the council, and I don't think it's the council that did this. What's going on? My understanding is this is going to cost the taxpayers about $20,000, roughly, is what it is. If that number's wrong, please correct me. We just found $131,120 plus 11 in the budget to give adjustments to salaries. But we're going to tell the veterans, too bad, after they were told that it'd be effective August 1st of 2025. I thought we were going to be transparent in this town. There was also some talk that it wasn't stated that you voted on that date in the minutes of the meeting from July 21st. It is in the minutes of the meeting from July 21st. Anybody that knows me knows I come prepared with the information. I always have the information. I do my best to have the information. So what's going on? I don't want to hear we didn't have the money, because that wasn't brought up. I don't want to hear it was July 1 of 2026, because that wasn't brought up. If it really was July 1st of 2026, It should have been brought before this council again, said, look, you guys made a mistake by doing this date. We want to be transparent. We want the veterans to know we can't do it on that date because of the law. It's not what the law says. It was passed on May 14th, 60 days. It became effective on July 13th, 2025. Any date after that, you could have done what you did, and you did. What's going on? What games are being played? Because this is a game. If you can come up with 132, and I don't like the way that was done either, but I don't have time to go into both of these. What are you going to tell the veterans? Basically, you're telling them, go pound sand. All right? And I'm trying to be nice about it. This was wrong. This was done wrong. You guys and girl, made a decision that it was going to be August 1st. If it couldn't be, it should have been corrected in public. And it hasn't been. These aren't my words. This is the paperwork. This is from Steve Hamilton. There's no July 1st on this, nor has it been said in the tapes, and yes, the vote was on the minutes of the meeting. So you guys got a problem on your hands, not created by yourself. Somebody created it. It needs to be straightened out. It's that simple. I shouldn't have to be going through all this. I've spent a couple weeks fielding phone calls from various people, a lot of vets, because they know that I'll say what it is. I don't care. Needs to be straightened out. I want answers, and I would like them by the next meeting. Because I asked if I answers about the cruises up at Hampton Beach back this summer, and I was told I'd get answers about that the next meeting. I never got answers on it. Mutual aid. Mutual aid's if you have some catastrophic thing. It's not because they can't hire people and don't have people to do their patrols. We got cars 45 minutes away. That 5?
Yep.
I'll wait until the end to go in the other part.
Thank you, Richard.
Before you go
Appreciate
on, Ron,
Yes.
before you go on, I'd like to know what we can do to make sure we get these answers. If you could give direction as to getting the 2 responses ready for the next meeting. The cruises, which Dan brought up as well, I think it was last meeting, and this is now the second or third time that residents have come up and asked about this. I'd like to know, the actual facts in writing
Okay.
presented at the next meeting, if that's
fine.
possible for
It
you
is.
to direct the
Let's do
town
this.
manager, please.
Let's say at the January 5th meeting.
One second.
Go ahead.
Didn't we answer, because I remember the cruiser question was answered shortly afterwards. Correct me if I'm wrong, by Chief Bernard. I remember, wasn't it last week when Dan was asking about the details out there, and I thought that he had answered those again. So this is one of those times where I think I remember answers, and so I don't think this one just blew on by.
This has been addressed, but I will reiterate because I think it's appropriate given the question. So Londonderry Police Department, we are in Rockingham County. We do have mutual aid agreements with all members of Rockingham County and those that border us. We have been in a long-standing relationship with our partners in Rockingham County, and to one of those was helping them with additional patrol coverage during the summer because they were short-staffed. There was budgetary concerns, and our partnership with them was vetted. Our mutual aid agreement is conducted and it's approved by me. We're allowed to do this. The officers, the question was asked, driving there by Mr. Belinsky. Yes, they do drive there in a patrol car because they have walking beats. They're parked on the boulevard. And they do have a vehicle to go to if they make an arrest and transport them back to Hampton PD. And also for commuting out there. If they are on the clock and they're being paid by Hampton, and then we need them to respond to an emergency in town, they're available. So that is my decision. I think it's an appropriate one. And the question was asked last time about the risk of workers' compensation. Every single employee is covered, right, on a detail, on a mutual aid call. It does not matter. They are covered. And accidents do happen in public safety. They can happen on duty, in town, or off duty in mutual aid. We shouldn't get hung up on that. They can get hurt here, performing here, just as well. The other question was asked about the cruisers was the entire fleet, how many cars we've had, and I did provide that, including VIN numbers and all the vehicles that we own, to the town manager some 2.5 weeks back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
And then on the subject of the veterans tax credit, so I went back and I watched the meetings, and I wasn't going to save this till the end, but we brought up half, so we must have finished the other half. I went back and watched the meetings, and I'm the one who made the motion. We did say effective August 1st. Could we get an answer on that too as well? Because a lot of people heard that meeting, were counting on it. It was in the minutes. I'm going to figure this out for them and not make it take weeks.
Mr. Mulholland, are you prepared to answer that tonight, or do you want to wait till the 5th, January 5th?
I've already sent it out to the council. I've sent it out to the individuals involved. I've talked to Mr. Belinsky on the phone, so I'm not sure what more information I can provide that I haven't already provided on that. And we did that as soon as the meeting was over with. So I mean,
I'll provide it to
sure.
Mr. Belinsky then. Thank you. Go ahead, sir. Good evening, Dennis.
Dennis Martin, 182 Pillsbury Road, Londonderry, New Hampshire. How's everybody doing tonight? Good?
Good.
All righty. I'm actually here for the same reason. You know, we didn't get that tax break. I am a disabled veteran, so I get that tax break. If you want, I'll read the RSA if that's not, if you want me to or not.
No, I'll provide you the same document that
Okay.
he sent to us, so I'll give it to you, Dennis,
So that's
too.
basically why I was coming
Yep.
tonight, to find out what's going on. But I'll be honest with you, I feel that I was not told, when I questioned it the last time here, I was told it was not in the minutes. And I really would like to have apology about that to the individual that said that, because it was not true. I didn't have the minutes that night, I have it tonight. So I think it should be read back into record, just so we know it's what it said, not just, you know, this is a wonderful town. This is probably the most supportive town in the state of New Hampshire that I know that supports veterans. Because I know, because what I do with the Blues Festival, I see what happens every year with how many people show up for the Blues Festival to help veterans, you know. And I hope that doesn't go away. Also, I hope they don't kick it down the can. If it happens next year, it happens next year, but I hope that doesn't get kicked down the road again. Well, we have another excuse not to give the veterans a break. I hope that doesn't happen. You know, I kind of feel there's no transparency going on with that particular issue. There's nothing going on. You know, I can't answer to any of the other stuff I heard tonight, but I can certainly answer to that. So, thanks.
Thank you, Dennis. Anybody else with public comment? Good evening. How are you tonight?
Kathy Wagner, 12 McGregor Court, Unit 403, 15 Parmenter Road, and of course my plot in Pillsbury Seminary. Been in town for over 31 years and I ain't seen nothing like this. I'm requesting can I go over my 5 minutes or are you guys gonna shut me down?
Let's keep it to 5 minutes. You can come back at the end.
Okay.
All right.
If I go over the 5 minutes, I'd like this as an agenda item, a separate agenda item. I'm here to speak to Old Home Day. I'm also here to do a really snide, not Christmas remark and say maybe if we hadn't spent $1 million on government programs, we could fund the vets. So I am here to talk to the memorandum, which is titled an official memorandum, which I have right here in my hand, with no date on it. So how is it official? To disparage a citizen in this community that you guys all like attacking. Well, not all of you, some of you. And it's a response to claims raised by John Farrell regarding the December 8th budget workshop. Well, let's just skip over all of that and go to section 10, which has a list of bullet points regarding Old Home Day becoming a 501c3. And please give me a 1 minute notice
Okay.
when I'm getting close.
God bless you.
501c3 is a nonprofit. Where are we in the process, by the way? Because Old Home Day is only 8 months away. Please answer the question through you.
I'll get you an
I
answer.
want that answer.
Yep.
The 501c3 status for a nonprofit, and by the way, just for clarification here, I'm not coming up with this stuff. I work for a company and I manage $750,000 for the Giving Committee, and I know what nonprofit status is, and I know what sponsorship means. Old Home Day is not handing out clothing, handing out food, handing out details. Old Home Day is an event which, by IRS law, means it is just a normal business expense. And if we can't give businesses that sponsor the event the credit they deserve, who is going to sponsor? So right there goes your argument about how, oh, we're going to get so much more money and everybody's going to come on board and things are going to be great. And I mean, it's just volunteerism. Volunteerism. I called Mr. Favor back in August and said I had a committee of 10 people that would run Old Home Day again. I was told to come. I even called you, Ron. And then this changes? For what reason? The shenanigans going on in this place? Just blows my mind. I had to love it when he came in, the town manager came in and said, I'm taking police away and fire and no fireworks, and everything was going. You know why? Because this does not qualify for a 501c status because it's an integral part of the town. The IRS will refuse this. So I put to all of you, do you want to be the people that destroyed with him Old Home Day? Or do you want to keep the cornerstone of this community and its good works it does for the publics and non-private and non-public other community organizations around? That's my question, and I want clarification on that.
Just 1 minute left.
Oh, I do?
Yeah, that's right.
I can keep going.
No.
So, I guess I'm up here to say I am really concerned. I am really concerned, and I have sent you guys 3 emails on this topic, and you're all falling for this. And I'm very concerned that this is wrong for this community. 126 years of tradition gone perfectly on the 250th anniversary of this country, all because somebody has no clue the community he serves. And I end it with that.
Thank you. Anybody else with public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment. First up tonight, we have to discuss and act upon rezoning to Litchfield Road. And Ms. Karen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So tonight is the scheduled public hearing for the 2 Litchfield Road property to consider rezoning it to AR1. As the council will recall, at your September hearing, you made 2 motions, one being to remove the historic preservation easement, and the second being to have the town manager take all the necessary steps to initiate this rezoning process. That has been done. The planning board held its hearing last week, and they provided a recommendation with a vote of 5-2 to not rezone the property to AR1. So with that, I'll answer any questions you may have.
Any questions from the council?
God bless. What?
Any questions from the council?
This time.
Yep. I will accept the motion, open the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Sean, second by Ted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Anyone that wants just to comment on 2 Litchfield Road may come up. Good evening, sir.
Dave Ellis, 1 Wilshire Drive. I want to speak in favour of rezoning this back to AR1 that it was before. That is a historic property, and if you turn it into a commercial zoning, you're placing it at even more risk. Now, we no longer have the easement, but the best way to limit adverse development is to put it back where it was, AR1, residential agricultural. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else for 2 Litchfield Road? Come on up, Kathy.
I'll talk to something.
Okay.
Richard, I really would appreciate it if you tried to save it, but I understand. Owning a barn, I understand all the ramifications, insurance. I mean, they do everything they can to make you tear them down because they don't want to do anything. But being the chairman formerly on the Demolition Delay Commission, and I know Richard's going to do the right thing for the community. So if somebody did come and want the barn, I think he would keep it up till they took it. But I'm begging you, don't tear it down. I understand, but I understand completely. I wish there was a way we could work this out, that he could keep the barn and make it profitable for him. But I do completely understand. And I'm just begging on the kindness of your heart to keep it because it's just so much part of Londonderry, but I understand.
Thank you. Welcome. Absolutely. This is public, yeah. If you want to grab the microphone, just so you can.
Can I use this?
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't see it.
Good evening. My name is Laura Gandy. I'm an attorney with Divine, Millamette and Branch, representing CC Properties LLC, the owner of the property. And here with me is Richard Flyer, one of the managing partners. Before we begin, my client has asked me to ask for the recusal of Councilor Paul. As this board is aware, she has owned the property in the past, and there's a conflict of interest, and that is when an official has a direct interest in the outcome of a proceeding. That's state versus state ex real Thomas versus state of Board of Parole, or any connection with the parties in interest as would be likely improperly to influence his or her own judgment. That's New Hampshire Milk Dealers Association versus Milk Control Board, 107 New Hampshire 335. So we feel that based on the past history, including the ownership and subsequent interactions between Ms. Paul and the property owner, it is my client's position that she is unable to be impartial and unbiased.
I can ask her, but you know I can't make her.
Okay.
So, Councilor
Well-
Paul, would you like to?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
I don't make any money off of this. I have no financial gain in it. Richard has the right to feel the way he wants about me, but I think it's quite the other way around, and so I am going to stay here.
Okay.
I will just note in your consideration of that, and yeah, it's your choice, but that may open us up to a possibility of the vote taken here tonight.
I just want to make this comment. Even if I step down, I can speak because it is a public hearing. So is that what you want, Mr. Flyer? Is for me to step down and speak as a resident, or to sit up here and make a decision? It's up to you.
Continue.
I do have some documents.
He didn't tell me what he wanted me to do.
I know, but he was at.
Huh?
Yeah, I'll take care of it, sure.
Okay.
He was at. Thank you. Whenever you're ready, go ahead. Yep.
So, as this board is aware of the property, we've been in front of you several times. The board has been involved with the removal of the historic preservation easement deed. So my thoughts will be based on a factual and legal analysis. So the factual analysis has to do with the packet that you just had, that I presented to you, and I will quickly go over that with you. Within this packet that you have in front of you is the Attorney General Department of Justice opinion letter. This was in front of you before. This involved their opinion of the historic preservation easement deed, that they felt that that was not given in a proper way with charitable intent when it was given back in 2006. And when I was in front of the board before, I expressed my concern about how the whole rezoning took place back in 2006. It appeared that it was a deal between the town and the property owner at that time to rezone it to make the property more viable financially for the property owner. Obviously, not a proper way to engage in zoning, nor to put a historic preservation easement deed on the property, nor to put a historic overlay zoning on the property as well. Since that time in 2006, the property was zoned C3, and in 2009, that's exhibit number 2, there was a site plan that was approved by the planning board, and that site plan was approved on June 10th, 2009. That was professional office space with 17 parking spaces. You have that as exhibit 2. Since that time, the town adopted its master plan in 2013. And I also direct your attention to Exhibit 3, which is page 204 that I have in my packet. And nowhere in the 2000 master plan did it speak about concerns over spot zoning or express any concerns over the property known as 2 Litchfield Road. And in fact, what it did talk about, and that's on page 204 of the 2013 master plan, it was a comprehensive rewrite of the zoning ordinance. It said, for both of these reasons, and I've highlighted that for you, the town of Londonderry should pursue a comprehensive rewrite of the zoning ordinance, including form-based components to deal with all aspects of community character and design. And the point of this was to advance compact, diverse, mixed-use environment focused on activity centers, areas where the town has determined that growth should occur. Again, no concern about spot zoning in your 2003 master plan. And in fact, as you're aware, in your master plan, there's a list of priorities or action items. Nowhere in there was there any concern over 2 Litchfield Road. I highlighted the one thing that popped out to me for Mammoth Road, and that was to work with the New Hampshire Department of Transportation to implement improvements for Mammoth Road that emphasize complete street design principles, program funding for these improvements as a catalyst for redevelopment in the town commons. So it's mostly focused on the area closer to the town commons, but again, no concern over 2 Litchfield Road or that intersection regarding any type of commercial use. Then I looked at an Exhibit 4, which is the July 2025 Londonderry Master Plan. And in that document that was prepared by the Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission for the town of Londonderry, there was nothing in there with concerns over spot zoning or concerns about 2 Litchfield Road. In fact, in the master plan, it did talk about allowing mixed-use development in commercial zones. Again, nothing focused on 2 Litchfield Road or any concerns over certain properties being spot zoned. And then on Exhibit 5, what I have for you is the Town of Londonderry zoning ordinance. And the reason why this exhibit is in there to show the uses that are allowed under C3 that my client is enjoying or has the ability to enjoy presently. And those are highlighted, and there are 8 use categories, but that does not include the amount of uses that he has. So under C3, he's entitled to assisted living facilities, dwelling multifamily, that's by conditional use, dwelling multifamily workforce, nursing homes, accessory uses, funeral homes, group child care centers, professional office, school, private. And again, within that professional office, there's a myriad of different uses that he's entitled to under that particular zoning criteria of C3. Again, if the board moves forward with changing the zoning, he will be stripped of those protected property rights that he now enjoys. The next document that I have is Exhibit 6. And Exhibit 6 is my attempt to go through the Mammoth Road corridor. As you know, that's a state road. And I know part of the reason that has been advanced, although I'm not quite sure if it's been by this town council or not, has been to talk about the different uses that are occurring in the area. And it's very interesting what uses occur on Mammoth Road. Mammoth Road, consists of a vast majority of different uses outside of the AR1 district. So if you start at the bottom of Mammoth Road, at the bottom of my exhibit, you will see that you have Elliott Primary Care. Again, that's in a different use zone, but it's there. And then if you go up, you'll see that you have the Horse Farm. You see that you have Shady Hill Farm. You see that you have a Protestant church. You have Max Apples. You have the Town Common. You have a home occupation for a daycare center. You have the Lions Hall. You have the couple of churches, the Town Hall. You have the Grange, and I'm at where the Town Commons is. You go further north. You have schools. You have the town hall, the police, the fire station, and the library. You have Peabody Funeral Home. And then at the next intersection, you have Dunkin' Donuts, which is zoned a C4. To my understanding, this town council has not made any attempt of mention anything to attempt to rezone that particular piece of property. And I would suspect if you're rezoning my client's property, the next step for this town council would be to rezone the Dunkin' Donuts property. I don't advise that. I think that's ill-advised, but to follow the logic that this council has put forth, that would be the next logical step for this council to do. After that, you have some power lines. You have a dentist's office. You have Londonderry Baptist Church, Londonderry Christian Church. You have a gentleman having guitar lessons. You have sale of excavation equipment. You have a mobile home park. You have the cemetery. You have a manufactured mobile home park, wagon rails. Then you have 2 Litchfield Road, and you can see where that is. You have Southern New Hampshire poured concrete right across the street or diagonally in that vicinity. Then you have, I talked about the cemetery. You have St. Jude's Church. You have New Hampshire Substation going a little further north. You have Coas Landing. You have the Triangle Mobile, again, more towards the top, and that is a different zoning district. And then you have an industrial property that's Celsius Londonderry. So you can see along that corridor, there's a vast array of uses. So compatible land use does not exist along that particular corridor. So those are part of the factual arguments for this town council to be concerned with. And then if you look at the legal analysis, I've mentioned this before, it's our opinion that Mr. Flyer has been denied his due process rights. We did not receive a copy of the town council ordinance at all. It was not given to us. I know we're not a party to this particular application. It's the town that's initiating it. But there was a first read. That first read was waived. At that point in time, I did not see any type of town council ordinance there. So I'm a little concerned about how my client was able, or you expected my client to prepare for any type of hearing, not knowing the rationale that this board was putting forward to rezone the property. So first reading was waived. We had the planning board hearings, 2 of them, because I had a concern over the posting. I had no follow-up with whether my concern was justified or not. It really wasn't mentioned during the public hearing, only at the very end by an offhanded comment, not offhanded in a bad way, but just not in direct response to any questions, that there was no concerns with the legal posting. I was not informed as to why that was so. Again, my main concern is where was my client's ability and my client's due process rights protected, that he was given an opportunity to know why this town council wanted to rezone his property. That town council ordinance came out, from what I could see, as part of the agenda item for this tonight's hearing. Other than that, it was not forwarded to us, it was not given to us. We had no ability to understand what you wanted or how to move forward with that. Again, I talked about the other properties being similarly situated. The property, again, was rezoned in 2006. That was unusual circumstances, and I'm reading off my list just for factors for you to consider. We talked about the site plan in 2019, the master plan 2013 and 2025. My client, since he's purchased the property, has enjoyed various commercial uses. It was the home of the New Hampshire Democratic headquarters. He had fundraisers, special events. Not quite sure why 20 years later that this town council now sees it fit to rezone his property. After this town approved a site plan in 2009, allowed him to engage in commercial activities, And now all of a sudden, when it decided to remove the historic preservation easement deed, is now attempting to rezone and take away his property rights. He wasn't consulted when this decision was made. He objects. He vehemently objects. There was no consultation between me and the town that this was going to happen. I found out literally at the 11th hour. He has expended significant amounts of money on legal fees to remove an easement that we believe was improperly placed. He expended a significant amount of monies to protect his property rights and to keep the property where it should be. We believe that if this council moves forward with rezoning it, it's an abuse of your police power. You shouldn't be doing this. There's no reasonable expectation or justification for you to be doing this after 20 years of this property being the way it is. No concerns from fire, no concerns from police, nothing brought to our attention to justify health, safety concerns, nothing. Any type of incompatibility uses has been thrown in the water by my diagram, showing that that is not the case. This is an unconstitutional taking of my client's rights. I just went through with you the C3 uses compared to the AR1. You are stripping him of his constitutionally protected rights to use his property in the way that he sees fit and the way that he should be able to do that. And you're doing that without any type of compensation. You're just taking away his property rights and telling him to move forward. You can't do it. And another argument is vesting. There was a 2009 site plan that was approved by the planning board. That's still in effect. There may be some changes in the zoning that we would have to deal with, but that exists. So there are legal and factual bases that exist that make this decision of the board, if it was to do so, unlawful and unreasonable. And Councilman Farber, you mentioned about legal challenges to this. If this goes to court, my standard is, in general terms, to prove that the board's decision was unlawful or unreasonable. And I feel very confident, given that 20-plus years have passed with no concerns from the town, through 2 sets of master plans, a site plan approval, that all of a sudden, this board now wants to rezone the property. That is unlawful and it is unreasonable. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else wish to speak on Two Litchfield Road? Good evening, sir.
Thank you. I'm John Farrell, 4 Hancock Drive. So I was on the planning board in 2006 when this property came in front of the planning board. There's a long history. I'm not going to get into that. The planning board voted not to rezone it. They sent it to the town council. The town council made a decision to zone it in what it is today. Just to give you a little bit of a highlight on it, I was at the planning board meeting, and the planning board's argument is the applicant's not asking for it to be rezoned. The discussion that took place back and forth is that they'd never seen that happen ever before. That the actual owner was not asking for it to be rezoned, and the town was doing this. So in 2006, the planning board, in their wisdom, said, no, we shouldn't do this. Council disagreed and changed it. It's 20 years later, planning board is saying, well, he's not asking for it. So I guess it's now up to you guys, but he's not asking for it. He's invested a lot of money. You know, please take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak to Two Litchfield?
Kathy Wagner. Couple things. I was involved in all of this, and we won't go there. At the time, this room was full with many people that spoke against the rezoning because they thought, I remember the argument, it's like a donut in the middle, and it should be preserved. And the council, the planning board voted no. And John, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't a citizen petition come in to force us to read?
I don't recall whether that happened or not.
No, I'm pretty sure it did. So there's a lot of history, and being in the town for 35 years, institutional knowledge sometimes helps. Richard, you're going to tear the barn down, but you're not. No, I know I can't direct
Kathy,
him.
just address.
But right, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So the proposal here is to tear the barn down.
The proposal here is to rezone the property.
Okay, just rezone the
Yep.
property. Okay, all right. So that I have
Kathy,
no
the issue
problem.
Kathy, the issue on the barn, the Heritage Commission had already voted a year and 3 months ago to approve taking down the barn.
Okay, so he can take down the barn if it's his prerogative.
Yes.
But if we rezone, then the grandfather clause is gone and all that property is no longer usable, correct? Because of right-of-ways and everything else. So all that land the barn is standing on, an existing building cannot go on because it will not be grandfathered. Correct? Am I correct?
I don't know the answer to that.
I'm sorry, but you tear the barn down, the grandfather goes with it. So it's too close to the roadway. And I have that same issue with my property. So there is no way he will be able to build where the existing structure is due to the right-of-ways and the loss of the grandfather. Am I correct?
I have to defer to
Want me to
Miss
answer?
Karen. Yeah.
So if whether the property is rezoned or not, if the barn is torn down, then any new structure would have to comply with present zoning standards. So yes, they would be required to comply with the current setback requirement.
Well, if you want to talk to me, I'll help you build a barn that's worth a lot of money. Thank you.
Anybody else for 2 Litchfield?
It was about, 4 or 5 weeks ago when the easement was lifted, and we had a very eloquent presentation then from Mr. Flyer's representative and Mr. Flyer, that pointed out that the original movement of this into C3 was spot zoning, as John pointed out, and that was problematic at the time, and that was one of the factors in removing the easement. And we went through, there was a discussion here where they said, yes, okay, we better get rid of the easement because it's flawed, and that we would be reverting this back to AR1 in order to restore the integrity of the zoning of that area. Mr. Flyer and his representative were present at that hearing, and nothing was said to object to that. So now to suddenly say, well, I had no idea and you're taking my property doesn't seem right. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else for 2 Litchfield?
Glenn Douglas, 6 Overlook Ave. I remember the hearings in 2006 because this room was packed. Planning board said you can't do it, it's illegal, it's spot zoning, spot zoning, spot zoning. We went historic and we supposedly spot zoned it. Now we're saying that, well, the council back then screwed up and they did something they shouldn't have, but let's just keep it. The last time something came up, there was a presentation to put a bank in there with drive-through. It actually ended up getting denied, but there was something said to the effect of, well, it'd be a shame if the property became an eyesore and the town just came and made me tear it down. The barn, which we were told has to be torn down. It's a safety issue. It's on the verge of collapse. It's been up a year and a half now. We're going into winter. Supposedly Farmer's Almanac record snow loads. We still have a barn that's on the verge of collapse 20 feet from the side of the building. So I say, put it back to AR1 if that's the way it was supposed to be because it was illegal to change it. I don't understand why you can change it. And why nothing happened for 20 years? Property was owned by one person for the majority of that time. Nothing changed for people to scratch their head and say, what's going on? You know, people were renting the building, which I was told 15 years ago, you could not have people renting the building and living in it because it was not AR1, it was commercial. But now that's okay. Back to the shenanigans and all this, it definitely matters who you are, who you know, and what happens. Because back then, no one wanted the person that was going to take that building in there. Because then it was spot zoning and it was bad. But now, hey, it's okay.
Thank you.
If I could
Anybody else? Sure.
respond?
You wanna comment?
Sure. And I didn't emphasize, again, Laura Gandia, emphasize the point that the planning board did vote to not recommend to this board approval of that. So I think that's very telling. We had a nice dialogue with the planning board, and they voted not to recommend. To comment on Mr. Ellis's statements, at the town council meeting, as you're aware, there was a motion made to remove the historic preservation easement, and then a motion made to direct the town manager to move forward with the rezoning. It wasn't proper for me to interject and tell you what you can and cannot do for a motion. So that wasn't the opportunity, nor would it be professional for me to interject during your meeting to tell you what you can and cannot do. After the fact, I did reach out to the town manager and Kelly, and they were aware that's obviously something that we do not agree to. And the bank didn't go through for several reasons. One, Mr. Flyer tried to get a variance for a drive-through. That wasn't there. But the town wasn't saying, don't put a bank in because we have concerns over incompatible land uses. That did not come up in any discussion as far as that I'm aware of. And the C3 zoning district is one of the more restrictive commercial uses for the commercial districts in town, and it sometimes acts as a transitional zone from commercial to residential, and I believe that's why that particular zone was picked back when the property was rezoned back in 2006.
Anybody else for 2 Litchfield Road? Seeing none, I'll accept the motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Motion by Sean, second by Ted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Bring it back to the council. What do we want to do?
Well, I got a question or two. Ms. Gandia mentioned that all the different uses, I'm looking here, I'm gonna get it right. Hold on. Exhibit 5.
Okay.
So I added up what you could do in AR1, and I got a total of 18 things that are allowed in AR1. And then I totaled up what was in C3, and I got 14. Is that correct? Does anyone want to check me on that? Do you want me to continue, or?
Yeah, just keep going.
Yeah, keep going.
Ms. Gandia just mentioned that there was no people against a bank. I was there. I would say to Ms. Gandia that she needs to show that, because I believe she's incorrect. I believe there were many people who showed up and spoke that they did not want a bank there. I also don't want this council to understand that the thing was lifted, and that was a giving on our side, and I thought that was pretty important. I also want to point out, I know Mr. Flyer has said many, many times that he's a supporter of history, so at some point I would like to know what the intention is. I mean, he restores historical buildings. He's done a lot in Massachusetts. So I'd like to know what the plan is. I think that's key to what we're doing. The other thing is, hold on. When this was called spot zoning, please understand that here was the 2 Litchfield Road. Across the street was landscaping. On the other side, across the street next to Southern New Hampshire Concrete, was another landscaping company. And then Hills Junkyard was there. So there was a lot, even though they were there for a long, long time, they'd been grandfathered in. So they were all AR1, and they were direct abutters, as opposed to the drawing that Ms. Gandia gave us here. I think it's good to look at and acknowledge the distance. Like the distance between Shasta and 2 Litchfield Road. There are many single-family homes in between there. And then between the DOT and 2 Litchfield Road, the distance, there are very many single-family homes there. And we keep bringing up that there's a shortage of inventory of housing. And and it was said at the planning board that I think it was either Tony or Giovanni, I can't remember which one, but one of the two said, you know, in this economy, it would be advantageous for him to, he'd make more money on the residential side than the commercial side. And those were just a few things that I wanted to put out there.
Any other discussion?
I just want to point out that I
Please.
watched the planning board meeting as well. And when I watched the planning board meeting, Mr. Briny did state that if this was zoned AR1, he'd be able to sell it and make more that way. So that, I thought was interesting coming from a realtor.
I know for me, the whole purpose of the motion was we were removing a historic district, but we wanted to keep it, we wanted to bring it back to AR1. That was the whole point of the motion.
Correct.
That we wanted to keep the integrity of the property the same. So for me, that was why the motion was made, so that we could bring back the integrity of the property and still, you know, allow him to do what he wants, but keep it there.
And to add what you're saying, in all of our master plans, it has been pointed out that the town wants to keep its charm, its history, and by, you know, lifting this, we're allowing that to change, possibly, we don't know. But that was the whole intent of that, was to keep it so that when you drove down the road as a regular resident, you would not see any change. It would stay the same, because that road had ties to Underground Railroad, and that is a historical point.
So I'll propose that I move that the Londonderry Town Council adopt ordinance 2025-10, an amendment to the zoning ordinance relative to rezoning of 2 Litchfield Road, map 12, lot 068, from C3 and Historic Overlay District to AR1.
I have a motion from Dan,
Second.
second from Deb. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Opposed?
Chair votes in the affirmative.
I just do a point of clarification?
No.
I just wanted to comment when I said town. I didn't mean town residents. I meant town staff for the bank.
Okay.
Was all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Up next, receive public input, discussion, and act upon the 2027 budget. Mr. Mulholland, start us off.
Hold on 1 second. Okay, this just is I put this in the original presentation, and it was an update on December 3rd. And this just shows a graph of the actual status of the town's population, how it's grown over the years. And we're at 27,101 people according to Office of State Planning, the ninth most populous municipality in the state. I'm pretty sure you're familiar with the geography. You know, we're in Rockingham County, 42.2 square miles. Next, please. This shows the population growth and also projections as you move forward. As you can see, there's a pretty significant incline from 2020 to 2025. And as you also know, we've got about 1,000 people that'll be living by July up on the Villages of Technology Hill. Those apartments should be occupied by then. They're well under construction. And then along Gilchrist Road, you got about another 500 people between now and next fall. And then, of course, there's other developments throughout the town. So that shows you that growth, and that obviously impacts the demand and services that we have in the community. Next. The purpose of this diagram is to show you how your property taxes are broken up. 4% to the county. The school statewide education property tax is 7.5%. Municipal portion 24.4%, and the school is 64%. That's for 2025. That's how it breaks down. And then I had this original chart for the 2024 property tax comparison. At the time, we didn't have the 2025, so I left this one in here, and you can see the rates in there for the far left column. After the municipality is the municipal portion of the tax rate, and then it goes to the rest of that in the total. As you can see, we're at the lower end of that. Here's the 2025. When we got that information, we set the tax rate, and the same thing here. Next. Consumer price index and tax rate. I don't particularly find this chart very helpful, although this is what you see in a lot of communities. And it shows what the CPI is, and it shows the municipal tax increase. Now, of course, that shows reductions because you have revals. It used to be every 5 years we did revals. Now with the market for housing, we're doing it every 2 years. So that totally throws it off, and it's not the world's best comparison by any means. Because as we know, residential properties have increased at a rate much higher than commercial industrial properties. So the residential property tax on, even though the tax rate may have gone down, the amount they have to actually pay has gone up because, again, of that very high demand for residential properties compared to commercial and residential properties. Next. And this is just a comparison from year to year, what the budget was, the default budget. Next. Tax rate factors, as you know, when it comes to setting the tax rate, there are a number of factors. One is appropriations that are made at town meeting on an annual basis. Revenues other than property taxes, that's motor vehicle registrations, yield taxes, state grants, things of that nature that offset what has to be raised by property taxes. Fund balance used to reduce the tax rate. The assessed valuation of the town, and this year it grew by about $70 million. When I say this year, the last tax year for 2025. And then overlay is offsets tax abatements. That's the amount of money that we have to set aside. We have to raise taxes to actually have that money available to offset tax any abatements that occur from the BTLA or the courts. And then war service tax credits, those are veterans credits. And then that just shows you the tax rate breakdown there with a graphical representation at 1447. Next. Strategic budgeting. The objective is to develop a strategic plan, which the town did not have before. Most communities don't have one. But the goal is to try to develop that, and we're in the process of doing that for the next year, which hopefully will drive the next budget process, which will be the FY 2028 budget. We've met with most of the boards and committees, and it's been through most of the departments of the town, and we're getting that feedback. We have our first community engagement session later this week, and then there'll be 2 others. Those will probably be in the evening hours. This one is really tailored for businesses. It's in the morning, but anybody can go. It doesn't matter who you are. Anybody can attend that meeting. So there'll be a total of 3. And that will help. The council will issue its directive as to what direction to administration and the boards and committees and everybody to work on. This is the direction the town needs to go, and these are the things that we need to do in the next year with a look to the next 2 years after that. We have a thing called the master plan that really focuses on the land use, economic development, and for the first time, transportation. So we'll have a chapter in our master plan for that. And that's a much longer plan, 10 to 30 years. It's not the more operational type plans that you find in the strategic plan. And then business plans for the individual departments that can develop those. Usually the larger ones do that. That we'll be working on as well. And then performance measurement to see if the money we're actually spending actually is producing the results that we're hoping to achieve. And then analysis and evaluation to determine if those things didn't work, why didn't they work, and what should we do to improve our performance. So those are some things that we'll be doing that are new, and we'll be starting that process in January, and rolling that out and talking about that in more detail. Budget objectives to achieve the town's strategic objectives, again, when they're determined, and fund critical capital improvements projects and maintain the quality service levels to meet the public's expectations. Those are the budget objectives. Challenges, we've heard about these: affordable housing, certainly inflation, traffic congestion and traffic safety, growth in population, safe drinking water and protection, and natural resources. And then again, traffic congestion. This is a survey that was done as part of the master plan survey. You can see the numbers there in terms of concerns that folks had about traffic in their neighborhoods as well as throughout the town. And then natural resources. This was a top priority for folks as well. Safe drinking water, and protecting our wetlands and streams and lakes and other surface waters, and you can read the rest of the items on there. And the long-term financial plan, again, utilize the unassigned fund balance to offset the cost of capital projects, transition to pay-as-you-go, and using capital reserve funds, which you've done a lot of already. Maintain the policy to no longer use UFB to artificially hedge the tax rate, and update the debt management policy and strategy. You don't actually have one right now, and you do have. There is a provision in your code, but it really is not very well detailed, and it probably should be. And then operating budget, again, it just shows you what those numbers are. Then taxes, this is a bit old now, so with those numbers have actually, that column to the right-hand side has actually shrunk quite a bit since I originally produced this. But as you can see with those numbers, we have a very high collection rate in Londonderry for taxes, higher than the average, but again, very, very high. Property taxes paid, we used one single home, a $634,700 home. When I originally produced this slide in the first presentation, we didn't have the tax rate for 2025. As you can see, this particular house was reassessed at $770,500. There's an extra zero in there we probably don't want. I'm sure that property owner does not want them, but this is a real house. So in 2025, you can see from 21 to 24, the change was $131. That's what that person paid more for the municipal property taxes during that period of time. And then there was a big jump at the reval from $2,202 to $2,392. And then the proposed budget as it is right now will go to $2,720. All right, for FY 2027, estimated municipal portion of the tax bill for this now $770,500 home. You can see 192 more than the FY 2026 budget, or 25 cents. And that's the original proposed budget. That does not include the $400,000 in cuts that the council asked me to prepare for them. So every cent represents, in this particular house, $7.70 added to the property tax of that home. For every cent additional spending that we do, that adds that amount to that house. The $400,000 reduction would bring that down to $146 more than the FY 26 budget, and the default budget would be $100 more than the FY 2026 budget. All right, so the summary of this is we're looking at a spending increase of 7.2%, or $3.2 million higher than the FY 26 budget. The default budget represents a 5.2% increase in spending from the 26 budget. And the projected tax rate, as I indicated before, is 25 cents on the municipal portion of the tax rate. And the cost drivers, wages are the biggest cost driver, benefits, including dental insurance, $605,000, retirement system payments, $290,000, and solid waste collection, that contract went up $432,000, and then IT software and other management services at $280,000. That's 94% of the increases in the budget, right there, those items. And this is how your tax dollars are spent. It just shows you the departments, functional areas. And the last one is projected revenues for 2027.
All right. Any questions from the council or budget committee? Open the public hearing.
I want to wait to hear what
Okay.
people have to say.
All right, I will accept the motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Motion by Sean, second from Ted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Anyone from the public wish to comment on the budget or anything relating to the 2027 budget?
Party going. Kathy Wagner. Do you need my address again for the record, or we okay? I'm up here asking that the council and the budget committee reinstate all the funds that the town manager has taken out of the budget for Old Home Day, since he can unilaterally make decisions of purchasing an $800,000 contract for software services that could fund Old Home Day for decades. So his transparency isn't there, guys. But I am asking that you reconsider and put the small pennies of Old Home Day and the importance to this community, which you don't understand, back into the budget. This is very, very important. I don't know if you guys realize there's only 5 communities left in this state that celebrated on that weekend, and it followed the original tradition from the governor back in 1899. And this tradition is going to be around a lot longer than he is. So it'll be here when we're all dead and buried, because that's how important it is to this community. It's been here for generations, and I'm going to give you one little story. The first grade class, the first kindergarten class at Moose Hill, when they were fourth graders, they came up with apple fever or something as the theme, because we used to always have the fourth graders pick the theme. Those kids that I see today still talk about how much they love Old Home Day. Do you want it to go away? So I am asking that it is reinstated at full funding. And I am very concerned that if we don't start planning it, we're not going to have any acts. There's not going to be anything. This 501c baloney is exactly what it is. Old Home Day is not a 501c3. It is an event. Google IRS standards. And I've heard through the rumor mill, and I'm stating this fact because you can never, but I heard it's all his intention to gut it. And that's pretty poor if you've only been here for 6 months and you don't even know the people you work for. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to comment on the budget?
Just to add a point of clarity.
Yeah.
I made no cuts to Old Home Day in the budget. It's all, the money's all there. I'm talking to the chairman, please. So, let me know when you're done. So I have made no cuts to Old Home Day. I have funded it completely in the budget that I submitted, just to be clear.
Okay. Good, sir.
I think that was going to be kind of my question. The last meeting, which was 5 hours or something, and was very blurry because I don't think it got over till 11:30 or something. We were talking about 400,000. We're talking about town manager's budget. We don't know where that 400,000 is, so I don't really know what the public is supposed to be commenting on right now because you guys haven't figured out if you're going to cut it or not cut it, change it, throw it out. The one thing I will throw in is, as far as the budget is, there was a question about the town clerk's compensation. It was made very clear that, well, it's in the budget. Everyone's going to know it's in there. I asked this question 2 years ago. I got the runaround for a year. No one would answer my question on how the position was funded. I don't really care anymore because I don't think you're going to get answers to much of anything. But the one thing that did come up, which I thought was poor, seeing as how we're talking about all these shenanigans, is they said, well, if the clerk doesn't want to work 40 hours and they only want to work 5, the town council can just cut that to 0. Cut it to 10,000, basically force them out. You're not going to stay here because you're not going to get any money. What restricts the town council in the future from saying, well, we elected a new town clerk and we really don't like that person, and they're getting $80,000, and you say, you know what? We got to tighten up our belts. We're going to cut that to $10,000, $5,000. To me, not putting in as a warrant article that says increase the clerk's compensation from here to here, add benefits, add insurance, is a dangerous way to handle it because it leaves it open for political games. And I'm sure a lot of people that have been around in 2006 know the political games and the friends and the people that are supposed to recuse themselves or not recuse themselves. I could make the same argument for other people up here on this board. I don't know what we're getting for budget. What I do know is when I moved here 29 years ago, I get more from the town than I do now because I got police, I get fire, I get school, totally different budget. I get it. I could put out 6 trash barrels. I could put out 7 barrels of recyclables. I can put out 1 barrel of trash now. I can put out recyclables every other week. I'm constantly getting, we got to put more stuff in the garage because it won't fit in the recycle bin. So what exactly do I get? What I am getting is I'm getting a whole lot more traffic, getting a whole lot more congestion, and I don't hear anyone really talking about that. You know, people are fed up and they're tired. There's almost nobody here. And I'm sure I'm going to get the same response I got from my wife. Why are you bothering going to these meetings? It doesn't change. Your taxes are going to go up. Every year, we have to put more in our escrow to cover the increases. Whether it's reevaluation or not, I really don't care. It's difficult for some people to pay those kind of rates. And oh, it's only $164. A couple of years ago, we had a teacher here. She probably doesn't even live in town anymore. She was in tears. Had to have been well into her 90s. Had everything she could do to get up here in tears, begging you to do something to keep rates down on a fixed income. She couldn't afford to live here anymore. She was a teacher, I think, in Londonderry for 30 years. Those are the people that are hurting, not the people that are buying $1 million houses, because they don't care what the taxes are. I could walk in and buy $1 million house and have it plowed and landscapers and all that. I wouldn't blink an eye. It's the little people that are getting forced out of this town because we keep creeping and building and building and building, build 250 small houses at ridiculous rents. No one can afford that stuff. And it's a problem across the nation. It's not just here. You can't make affordable housing. You can't wave a magic wand. Something has to be done. And 400,000, I think that was just the game. It happens every year. And then we come back and say, oh, look what's going to happen. We're going to have to cut. We're going to have to cut plowing. We're going to have to cut police. I don't think the school resource officer came up, but that's always been a big thing in the past. Oh my goodness, if we cut this budget, we're going to lose school resource officer. And what are your kids going to do? So I don't know what I'm asking because I don't know what the 400,000 is.
Can I ask a couple questions?
He doesn't have to respond, though.
No.
Public hearing.
It's up to him if he wants to respond. I wanted for clarity. If you're done, not trying to.
Yeah, I'm done. Don't, like I said, I don't know where to go because I don't know what we're even asking.
No, for clarity, I want to know, are you proposing we do put the town clerk in, or we don't put it in a warrant article?
I think the town clerk should be a warrant article. I think it's clearer that way. I don't agree that burying something in a budget is clear to anyone because the only people that are going to see that budget is if you happen to grab that book. And I was told it was in the budget before, and I looked for it, and I couldn't find it. Maybe it's going to be different this time, but people don't buy the books. People don't come to these meetings. They don't know what it is. If you put it on a warrant article, it's very clear. This is exactly what we want. And it keeps it in the future from someone saying, we really don't like this person. We're
Okay,
gonna cut their throat.
Thank you. That helps clear that up. And second and last question. You did ask, what's the 400,000? The 400,000 was his recommendations on which things he'd cut. Part of this public hearing for the public, and you've brought up the budget, and a lot of people will bring up the budget, and I do feel for that person that was in the crowd. My question would be, do you have different things you'd propose versus what the town manager proposed?
I have no idea.
Okay, I
what's
just
to cut or
wanted to
not
ask.
cut. I mean, personally, I'm not a fan of 16% raises, but that's only 120 out of whatever millions of dollars. You know, we've heard a lot about this reorganization coming in January. I'd really like to know how that's going to affect things. Because if we're going to make things a lot more streamlined in January, well, maybe we can squeak by a little bit and not have to raise some stuff because stuff's going to get better. We heard OpenGov was going to do all kinds of neat things. And I like a lot of the stuff the town manager is doing. And I've had arguments and people like, do you believe he did? I said, listen, if he can make it more efficient, you get more done with less or the same. And I'm not advocating cutting anyone, but not necessarily saying adding people either. And I'm hearing we're going to be adding. But we're more streamlined and we're adding people. That to me doesn't make sense when you're supposed to be cutting and tightening your belt.
Glenn, if you want, Dan has a question if you want.
Actually, Glenn, that teacher was Mrs. Schmealers, who's worked in a school district for years, and she did sell her house, and she did move out of town, unfortunately.
She's in Vermont.
I agree with you that, you know, when you have an elected official, that if you're going to give them a pay raise, that should be voted on by the people as a warrant article. And when we talk about Old Home Day, nobody's getting rid of Old Home Day that I heard of up here, unless something's going on that I'm not aware of. But I remember at the budget asking where did these $400,000 cuts come from? Did they come from the department heads? And I was told, yes, those were recommended by the department heads to the town manager. So when the department heads are saying, well, I can cut X amount of dollars on Old Home Day, you know, they know what they can do, but nobody's saying we're getting rid of Old Home Day.
I'm not saying you are.
No, I know.
That
I
was
know.
my whole
Right.
clarification, because
Yep.
I think there's a lot of confusion, and that's how these rumors spread, and it's going to be all over the place that you're cutting Old Home Day.
Exactly. And
You
you've
know?
been around Glen for a long time, and I'm sure you remember when Old Home Day was a one-day event on Saturday. It used to be Saturday and Sunday, and hardly anybody showed up on Sunday, and they made it on Saturday. Now it's stretched out.
My involvement in Old Home Day was when I got involved with the cheerleading group in town. And the one thing I will say is the cheerleaders have been in town forever, said, I really miss the way Old Home Day used to be. It used to be community. It used to be at Matthew Thornton, and they'd have a bunch of events for kids. Now, you walk around the town common, and you go from booth to booth to booth. You go to the political parties, which I'm skipping right past this year. And that's it. So
North School had their PTA booth. Remember that? South School, Matthew Thornton. It was a community event.
I'm not saying get rid of it, but,
No.
you know, I'm not saying anyone is saying get rid of it.
Right.
So there needs to be some clarification to stop the, quote, rumors that I'm sure are spreading.
Thank you.
So I want to clarify what Dan said. So is this the town manager's budget recommendations, or is it department heads? Because you said it was the department heads, and he's the one that presented. So I just want clarity of that, because there's two things that are said, and so the public won't be confused on
The
that.
400,000 cuts was recommended by the town manager, which is what I was asked to do.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you. Good evening, Ray. How are you?
Ray Breslin, 3 Gary Drive. I've heard a lot of discussion here about budgets and so forth, and I don't know much about budgets. I know it's about spending a lot of money. I think we have to figure out what the priorities are. What are the priorities for the town? What are the priorities on spending money in a budget? And I'll tell you something else. I think we need to get the young people involved, the students over to the high school that need to come to some of these meetings and to express how they feel, that they would like to come back and live in this town and be able to afford it. I don't care they're not a voting age. It's irrelevant. You folks are representing them. All too often, I see developers coming in here and saying they have gone through all the zoning regulations, all the town regulations, and saying, I bought a piece of land and I want to develop it. And if you don't approve it, I'm going to sue you. Maybe they got a right to do that. But what we should be representing is the citizens and the children of this town that hopefully are going to be able to live here. And what are the priorities? I know what my priorities are. That are the natural resources of this town. And we're working on a master plan. And we've gone through, I don't know, about 9 months. We've gone through a certain section of it, and now we're working on really important things like traffic and natural resources and water. That's what's important. That's the lifeblood of this town. And the decisions we make, we have to figure out what the hell the priorities are. Okay? I've said this before. Rail trails, nice idea. I sometimes go on them. It's not a priority. We're also put in a position where we have a developer, wait a minute, Woodmont Common, that has a lot of needs for water and sewer. And apparently, the town is some kind of agreement, I don't know what it is, that we will help them out. And maybe we should. Maybe they have some benefit. But when they have a need for sewer and so forth, that according to what I got figures here, is going to cost $7.9 million. And wait a minute, we got another one here for $9 million. For a pump station, 2 pump stations to pump sewage from their project through Londonderry to one of our pump stations to be pumped up to Manchester, which, by the way, we have to pay for that too. It's nice to help these folks out. But some of this cost and some of this impact is a burden on this town. And I hope we will consider all that and figure out what the priorities are. And if we have a developer come in, please, let's have them come in to the planning department first, before they spend a dime, and figure out what the rules are in this town and the reason that we want to uphold those rules, because it's for the citizens. That's our first obligation. And yeah, maybe we've got an obligation for the developers too, because they do provide some benefits, maybe some jobs, maybe some tax base. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Just wanted to respond to one of the items Ray was mentioning. The sewer line that you had mentioned that
Yeah.
goes
Yep.
to Hardy Road to
Yep.
Bancroft.
Yep.
We had filed with Congressman Pappas for federal money for
Yep.
that sewer line.
For $4 million.
Right.
It's going to cost more than that. It's going to cost 7.5 or something.
And I believe that
Where's that
the-
money coming from?
I believe that the town manager can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that's coming from the developer at the other end of the money.
Oh, well, has anybody got that agreement? I don't think so. Maybe they do.
All right. I'm just saying, I want to make
And-
sure you have your facts right that we got
wait
money
a
from the
minute.
federal government
No,
for that.
I mentioned $9 million
Let's get
too,
back to the
right?
budget, guys.
That's
What?
not really a budgetary issue at this time as well.
Okay.
Thank you,
for
Ray.
allowing me to speak.
Anybody else to speak on the 2027 budget? Richard, how are you?
Hi, Richard Belinsky, 89 Hall Road. Couple things. At one of your prior budget meetings, you were talking about police cruisers. And there was a remark made that between 1 and 4 of the police cruisers were earmarked for details. So is it 1? Is it 2? Is it 3? Is it 4? If it's 4, are we getting enough revenue in these details to cover the leases on these vehicles or cover the maintenance on these or the insurance on these, all the costs associated with it? Maybe we are, maybe we're not. So you kind of need to know. 1 to 4 is a big spread. So I'd like answers on that, because if we're not getting enough revenue to cover whatever number that it is, get rid of them. I don't want to be paying for these cruises if they're not pulling their own weight and being covered. All right, so that's something that needs to be looked into. Maybe we'll come back and you'll say, yep, we're getting, they're costing us 200 and we're getting 400 in revenue. Okay, then it's fine. Has anybody ever looked into that? And I'd like to know how many of them are earmarked. I don't want 1 to 4, I want to know how many. Because that's going to depend on how much revenue you're going to need. Okay? It's real simple. Very simple. And I don't want to be told, yes, we have this. I want to see the facts and the figures. Too many times, yep, we have this, and when you ask for the actual information, it's nowhere to be found. Okay? That's number 1. Number 2, some people aren't going to like to hear this, but I've been saying this for years. The town clerk's position. And it doesn't matter who the town clerk is, because people like to say you got a vendetta. It does not matter. We, in 2014, had a warrant article that I've been bringing up for years that had to do with the town clerk and the tax collector. I believe it passed by 77% of the vote. Part of it was illegal, where they said they were going to make the town clerk's job part-time. You can't do that by law, Because by law, they set their own hours, just like when I was town treasurer, just like, well, the tax collector may be different because you've now appointed them. The premise of that warrant article was to take the tax collector and meld that into the town clerk's office, because they, at the time, we were told they were doing most of the work anyway. You have to have somebody, you would have to give somebody the title of tax collector, give them a stipend, because you have to have a tax collector by law. You can't just eliminate the position. Well, that position's now costing us, I don't have the exact figures in front of me tonight, $78,000 salary and some benefits. I brought this up to some members on this board last year when it is a her, it could be a him or her, but it's a her. When you did their contract, their one-year contract in March, which is the way it is required to be done by law. And everybody's like, well, we can't get rid of that position because we'll get sued. You won't get sued. Your contract has been fulfilled. You're not renewing the contract. That was never done. The town clerk's position was said to be a $30,000 position. Remember, it's an elected position. It is not a town employee. Now we're talking 70-something thousand plus benefits. When was the last time one of you on this board the budget committee gets nothing. When was the last time you people had an increase as elected officials? Yeah, it's been at least 25 years. Because from 01 to 04, I was the town treasurer. I made $2,500 for the year. I worked 20 to 40 hours because I took it seriously. And it's still $2,500. You do an elected position to be, to be part of the town, not to make it a career. I know, I don't know if Kathy's still here. Yep, she's still here. She was the town treasurer for, 18 years, something like that. She still the position still pays $2,500 a year. All right? The town clerk's position was supposed to be done yearly, either by a warrant article that people could vote on, or it could be done by the council, just like you do the tax collector's contract. Year after year I brought it up, and nothing was done, which is a big problem in this town. Because we're now talking about an 11-year-old warrant article that passed overwhelmingly that was never implemented. So let's do another warrant article. Let's make it almost where it's an employee. You can do that if you vote. You can vote to give them benefits. I don't remember the exact wording in the law, but they don't get them normally. So there's, $160,000 that you could cut down. All right? 11 years ago, the people already told the town to do it. Did nothing. Nothing. So here we go again. So you need to look at that 2014 warrant article. I think it was Article 33, if I remember correctly. I've been brought it up for years. The other part of the problem is the town clerk is in charge of the, people say no and then they say yes, is in charge of the department, is the department head. I had this talk with with our current town manager, who told me there was no avenue under the law for her to be the head of the department, regardless of who it is. But they still are. Elected position. Remember, it's an elected position. Can you people go and be in charge of the employees in the town? Nope. You have to go through the town manager. So why are we doing this? Why aren't we looking at this? There's another cut. All I see is a lot of increase in salaries. I don't like, and this is nothing against town employees. If somebody was going to give me a on average 16.8% raise, I'd say I'm all for it. But that's roughly 131,000. I think it was 120 plus 11 for the 2 police people. I think was the numbers, so 131,000. You're talking another $130,000 for IT. I understand what you're talking about, the legalities of it. Has anybody actually seen the law? Well, we've heard about it. Has anybody seen it? So there's $250,000. All right? We spend money on the MRI report. You don't have the results of that back. I don't know why we didn't wait to do it until we got the results of that back. Probably wouldn't change anything. It'd probably make it worse. It's kind of like jumping the gun. It's my understanding nobody on this council knew about those raises until after they were done. Correct me if I'm wrong. And I understand the town manager can do that, but we keep hearing about transparency. Don't see a lot of transparency there. You should at least know about it. So if somebody comes up to you and they heard about it, you don't say, what are you talking about? This is not hard. That's why I ran last year, because I would make the hard decisions. I don't care about people liking me, not liking me, this political party, that political party. I could care less. All I know is I've been in this town 40 years. And for 40 years, this town's been screwing up on taxes. I was here about a year in 1985. I think it was in 86 it happened. They used to collect the money after they paid their bills and borrowed money to pay the bills. So I ended up paying for 6 years, I paid 13 months worth of taxes. And I'm like, boy, this town has no frickin' clue. I don't know how many of you were aware of that. But it happened. Look at everything. All right? Look at the town clerk's position. I'm sure there's going to be some answer to me, no, he's wrong, he's this. I'm not wrong. Look up the 24 Warren article, 2014 Warren article. It was never implemented. What happened about a year later is they became the department manager under Kevin Smith. I'm not going to go into how that happened because it should have never happened. I've talked to the state. The state says they shouldn't be in charge of town employees with the exception of the assistant town clerk when it has to do with town clerk stuff that they would be under the town clerk for. Makes perfect sense. Eliminate the tax collector's position. You'd even be better off if you had to get somebody more in the town clerk's office as another person. Give them a stipend, part-time potentially. How many hours does that person work? I don't know as an appointed person if they're required to work 40. I can tell you the town clerk can work 1 hour a week, 1 hour a month, 1 hour a year, or 100 hours a week by law. That position's salary was buried in the town default budget for years. It's supposed to be done as a separate warrant article, or you could do it the way you do the tax collectors. According to the state, because I've talked to them multiple times about it. But nobody wants to listen. Nobody wants to upset somebody. Time to grow up, people. I'm tired as a resident of this town spending 3/4 of my day fielding questions about what's going on in town or what's going on at the library. I'm not an official. I ran last year. People chose to go another way. That's fine. I'm tired of people, people are going to say this is dramatic. I've had single mothers call me. They're going to lose their home. They don't know what they're going to do where they're going to live with their children. Because they call me on my landline. My number's don't laugh, I got a landline still, and it's listed. And they're calling me consistently. Tired of it. To the point, my wife, when she saw the show that went on at the last meeting with these raises, said, put the house up for sale. I'm going to look for a new house. Been here 40 years. She's tired of the clown show. She's tired of people unwilling to make the hard decisions. All right? They need to be made. If we have to have less people and we have less services, I guess that's the way it's got to be. Yeah, it wouldn't be great, but you can't be taxing people out of their homes. And that's the majority of the calls I'm getting. I asked them, why don't they call the town? Because they won't answer you. It's no different than this whole veterans tax credit thing I spoke about earlier. I'm sure we're going to come up, we're going to get some explanation of the whys. Look at the paperwork, it is what it is. Start making the hard decisions. Budget committee can only do so much because they don't have teeth. Quite frankly, I think you should have teeth. Of course, people voted on that too, and we saw where that went. Nowhere, because they made it advisory. It's time, people. People are not going to be able to do this forever. Take your job seriously. If something, the town manager does have a lot of authority that he can do what he wants. But if it's something large, Mr. Town Manager, I believe you should at least inform the council that this is what you're thinking. Yeah, you can do it. I'm not saying you can't and that you stepped over the line, but they should know about it. I don't know how many of you were aware that we have a new acting fire chief. Any of you know about that?
Yes.
Well, it was changed. I found out because somebody asked me how to get a permit. I said, I don't know, let me look up, and I saw that it had been changed. Don't know the reasons why. They could be legit, they could be not legit. We keep hearing about we're in a new age of transparency. Why wasn't that announced that we have a new acting fire chief? I, as a town resident of 40 years, would like to know who my fire chief is. And not find out, going to look up how you get a permit for somebody that lives in town. People need to grow up and be adults.
Thank you, Richard.
Please, look at the 2014 Warren article. I know some of you already know about it because I've talked to some of you about this in the past.
I'm looking at it right now, Richard.
Okay. I think it's 33. Am I correct? I could be wrong.
Article number 2.
Okay. I don't know why I got 33, but anyway.
It's I found it in the 2013 annual report.
Yeah, I also look at, we'll go back to the 2004 and look at the comments made by our then 2004, I think it was. Well, it was 4. I'd have to get the year. I should have brought it with me. The comments were made by the town manager, and this is why he was doing that. And everybody said, yeah, and it was voted for. But it never happened. I know why it didn't happen, but I'm not going to get into that right now because that's another political game. All right? What good are warrant articles if they don't get implemented and there's something that needs to get implemented? You wonder why people don't come and vote in this town? That's a big part of it. I've had this conversation with my neighbors at Christmas pies. Like, why bother? They're going to do what they want anyway. They're not going to listen to us. The younger people in this town don't get involved because they don't care. They don't want to deal with it. I, on purpose, and I'll tell you this, and some of you know this, when I was running for the council in March, my own daughter lives in this town with my grandchildren and my son-in-law. She didn't know until 2 days before the election that I was running. I wanted to see how long it was going to take for her to figure it out. All right? They don't care. They don't want to bother. They don't want to get involved. They don't want to go through this garbage. People need to start being responsible.
Thank you, Richard. Anybody else for comments on the budget? Good evening.
Hi, how are you? I don't know enough about the budget to make too many remarks, but we need the police. If that's what they need if they need a little bit more, then I think we have to think about that. Fire, same thing. We want our roads cleared during snow and all that stuff. Those are important things to us. And you can't keep taxing everyone. And maybe what we need to think about is not giving developers who are doing commercial breaks on their taxes, not doing deals like we did at Woodmont where we've lost a lot of money, not having the builders and developers start contributing to this town to help pay for all the things that we need. These are all increasing. We're going to need a lot more police, a lot more fire, and a lot more road equipment and people with all the building that's going on with the increase in population. And you can't keep just taxing us for it. You have to start thinking about how else you're going to bring in the money. And those are things that really should have been done for a long time. and certainly need to be considered now. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else for the 2027 budget?
I just want to bring up a point because this came up a couple times. So per the Woodmont agreement, they have to be tax positive. So on that, we're not draining tax resources from the town. They have to be tax positive or make a payment to the town.
Okay. Anybody else for comment on the 2027 budget? I'll accept the motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Motion by Dan, second by Ted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. I'll bring it back to the council. I'll start off. The reason that I asked for the cuts from the town manager is because I'm concerned that if this town votes for default, what's going to happen to us? You've come up and you've talked to us about how painful $400,000 in cuts is. How painful is $900,000 in cuts going to be? So my hope was that we could come up with a midway point that everybody could agree on and not have the voters go to default. So, I mean, keep that in mind. I mean, people are coming up here telling us how painful $400,000 cuts are. Imagine if the town votes on default. We have to cut $900,000. So let's start there. Anybody else?
I want to see what
I
everybody
just have
else
a quick
says.
question.
Yeah.
So Thursday, Sean, you sent an email out about the IT stuff and how we're going to restructure IT. I was looking at the description that you put in here that says the public safety IT coordinator supports police and other public safety systems that must meet high security uptime and compliance requirements that the typical classroom than the typical classroom office. But my understanding is that the police IT, because my understanding is we're going to roll it all into one big IT department, is very different than our current IT structure. How is that going to affect the role that the current IT person at the police is doing and their ability to do their job? Because none of that says, my understanding is that the police IT person supports investigating cyber crimes and things of that nature. Nothing in that description says that that's still going to be part of their role. So is that going away? Are we doing that outside of the, how is that going to work?
So I had that discussion with the police chief. If he wanted to hire someone to do just that, and if he wants to keep that person to do just that, I'm not going to be adding to the budget, but he can use one of his existing open positions to do it that way if he chooses to do that. Because right now we have one department that has their own dedicated IT person, and the rest of the town only has two to cover all those other departments and all the other staff that we have. So that's why I'm taking that resource and being able to use it. It'll also provide services to the PD, of course, and there'll be a good portion of their time will be there doing that, but they're also going to help out with the rest of the town. We're going to be on the same operating platform.
Okay. So if we absorb this IT person over at the police department and the police is unable to find it in the budget to hire this person, then what happens?
Well, again, this person's going to be spending most of the time at the PD, and then the excess time I'm going to be using throughout the town. So it'll be like anything else. We will prioritize what those resources are. If they've got a cyber crimes case that they're working on, they'll be able to use that person for that purpose.
Okay, so that person will still basically maintain the role that they're currently doing plus a little bit extra for the town, or?
Yeah, again, I'll move resources around as I need to do that. That's why you have one department, so that we don't have it all siloed in one places. Right now, we've got multiple different programs where we can't even talk to each other. So you have different Office 365s, so you can't share teams and all those sorts of things. We should be doing that all together. That's what modern places operate on that. Somehow that was allowed to just grow on its own without anybody controlling it whatsoever. So fire department has their own, police has their own, we should all be on the same operating platform, and we're not.
So more specifically, what budget lines do those come from and where do they go?
What budget line, say that again?
So what she just outlined here, so you said about taking the police, and you said we had other ones in other departments, but I wasn't clear on which. So I'm just trying to get specific here since we're talking about the budget. Which lines do they come from? Where's the money going?
So right now in the police department budget, you have the line for that person.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of the town, it comes out of the IT budget. So that's the two budgets that you have.
Okay, so from the police department, we're taking from that line and we're putting it into the rest of the town?
I wasn't planning on moving it over.
Okay, gotcha.
Which I didn't do that, as you can see.
Okay.
I'm taking the resource and I'm going to be able to use it where I need to, is what I'm telling you.
Okay, when you say take the resource, I assume that meant budget.
No.
So what does that mean?
So when I need that person to do other things in the town,
Oh,
they're gonna do
okay,
other things in
okay.
the town.
You're using that person to do other things, so it's not a budgetary line movement.
Yeah, I don't think it's a good idea to move it at this point. I don't think so. So when the phone lines went down at the fire department, I should be able to move that person over there to help do that work as I need to.
Yeah.
So I'll move that person around as I need to.
Yeah, and okay, I'm just trying to clear, because we're talking about budget. However you use staff in town, not my concern in this conversation. It's just if money moves from one line to another line, from the last year's budget to this year's proposed budget.
Yeah, I didn't move any of those
Okay.
lines around.
That's what I was trying to get to.
So I have a bit of an issue with this. He's in the police union right now, and it would potentially be going against his job responsibilities and his job description from what he currently has.
How's that?
Right now, I would assume his job description is performing IT services for the police department, correct?
That's the apartment he's assigned to right now, yes. That doesn't mean I can't use those resources someplace else.
Why is that?
Well, I would think that as a taxpayer, you'd want me to take the resources and use them when they're most needed and share them around as I need to, which is what we do across all departments.
I understand. I just want to make sure that we're not breaking his union contract that he has.
We're not
by
breaking
doing
his
so.
union contract.
Okay. I'm just trying to be respectful of the union and his contract that he's in and the employee.
Any other? Go ahead, Patrick.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Couple of quick questions about IT and staffing. First, when I was reviewing the department presentations, I saw in the IT budget presentation the statement, challenges of limited IT staff, 2 IT staff support 350 plus users. Whereas the human resources presentation says there are 220 employees in the town. So given that the town IT doesn't currently support the police department, I'm kind of wondering, why is HR talking about 220 employees, whereas the IT says 350 users, which I would assume shouldn't even include police? So
You're one
where's-
of them.
What's that?
You're one of those users.
Okay.
So it's all the boards and committees that you have to add all those people in there.
Okay.
I think what he's trying to get at is subtracting out the users on the police side.
No, you want to know how we get to 350.
Yeah.
If you use all of your email accounts that we have, all the boards and committees have emails. Some towns don't do that. Other towns do. We provide it to you. That way you keep your business on that
Okay.
email and you don't use your personal email for that.
So, I mean, just from an efficiency perspective, so let's take my email account as an example. I provide my own laptop. All I get from the town is one of the toll board's email accounts. I think that's probably a little bit lower burden of support than all the town employees. The other thing I wonder, with what Kate brought up, if we're going to be able to use the person who is currently supporting the police department in other IT areas, what does that imply for the expanded staffing and role, adding a third IT position that was requested on the town side? Do we still need that third position then?
We're not adding a third position. So you have, right now you have 2 contractors.
Right.
Right. And you have 1 full-time employee in the police department budget.
Yeah.
That's the total of 3. So there's no additional positions other than.
All right, good, thank you. I'm just referring to the line in the IT presentation, adding a third IT position would enhance coverage and so on and so forth. But that's a nice to have is basically what I'm hearing.
Yeah, and I didn't propose that. As you and I talked about, one of the best options is going to be a hybrid approach and contract with people to do specific projects. You need a certain number of people to deal with, my computer doesn't work today, you know, that sort of thing, orientation for new folks. But if you're going to introduce a new program or project, sometimes it's better to contract it out, they come and do that, and they leave, and they're done.
Cool, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ron, I have another question.
Go ahead, please. What we're here for.
So you mentioned computers breaking down. Why are we not moving to a external IT department, and why are we not then instead replacing computers that are breaking down and just replace the bad computers instead of spending a ton of money on in-person IT?
It's a good question. I don't know. You've got a certain amount of money for computers, and that's all there is to replace them.
Well, why hasn't that been addressed? I hear a lot that computers are breaking down. We have to go help people with their computers.
Yeah.
Why isn't that being addressed instead of going to the way that we are?
If you want me to address all the problems, our budget's going to be much, much larger than what you see
I'm
here.
just saying it hasn't been talked about. I
Right, so
mean,
I'm prioritizing the things I think that are important to address. And I'm not addressing all these problems, and you know that, Councilor Coombs. I got a fire station with peeling paint and
I
a leaky
understand,
roof.
but if we're
So-
talking about IT, and I keep hearing that people need someone to come to their computer to fix their computer.
Yes.
Why isn't it addressed instead that we just replace the computer? If there's our aging technologies, just replace it instead of trying to fix something in person.
Because sometimes it's easier just to simply fix the parts, why a screen doesn't turn on. Why would I replace the whole computer for that?
A lot of times, fixing parts can be more costly than a replace, where computers have gotten so cheap these days.
So I'll give you an example. One of my computer screens blinks out left and right. I put in a ticket for that. So it's got a cable that's got to be replaced. I could replace the whole computer, or I can just simply replace the cable. I don't know which you'd prefer me to do.
That is a very simple item, but there's a lot of times there's other intricate items within a computer that could go wrong. It's very easily to just replace instead of fix. So,
Again, if a fan goes out in a computer, I can replace the fan, or I can replace the whole computer. I think it makes more sense to replace the fan. But that's how I handle it. If the council wants to have a policy, wants to do something different, please enlighten me on what you want to do as a council, and I'll be glad to do that. But right now, I'm doing it the most cost-effective way, keeping equipment that's online, and fixing things that can be fixed cheaply. And when you get to the point where you can't do that, you get a new computer. But there's a lot of things you can do before you spend that kind of money to do that.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
excuse
Yeah,
me.
good.
Not that, only if the council's done, but is it also okay for us to ask some other more general
Oh,
questions?
absolutely. This is all open. Absolutely.
Okay.
Any
May I-
questions?
May I proceed, Ted? Or
Abs-
were-
Yes.
Okay,
Good.
thank you.
Absolutely.
If I may shift, I appreciate the cost drivers slide in the budget presentation. And I note that wages and benefit increases, plus, of course, the retirement system is well over 2/3 of that increase. So the question I'd like to ask here is, of the wages, benefits, and retirement system payments, how much of that, just ballpark, is for new staff additions versus both union and non-union, just increases to employees who are already here? Like, how much of it is net new payroll additions?
Yeah, good, Justin. You got that sheet. You got the. I don't know if you saw the email that was sent out today or.
Today, oh.
Justin,
Work kept me pretty busy today, sorry.
Sure.
Me too.
Again, I'm not looking for like a 2 decimal point percentage. but just
You're
like
looking
range.
at about $500,000. It's a little north of that. Yeah, 510,000 for the 2 part-times and the 2 full-time IT.
Okay, so 510,000 out of those first 3 line
That's for
items,
those 4. Yep.
which is about 2.3, so 500, so something like 20%, a little over 20% then, roughly, is for new employees. Okay, thank you. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, he's not here.
Any further questions by anyone?
I know this isn't budget related, but I think when things get done with budget, something that the town might want to look at is doing an inventory of computer hardware, what we have, how old it is it, and pricing those things so what we can think about upgrades and how much that's going to cost. So we'll be prepared. It won't be, oh my God, we got to come up with X amount of money. I know it has nothing to do with budget right now, but I just wanted to put it out there
financial
before it went out of my head. And the other thing,
Before you go to the second question,
it's not a question, statement.
Well, no, well, I'd like to address that. So when it comes to computers, this isn't like typical machinery where it just starts breaking down and we've got to replace, a piston or a gear or something like that. Most problems with computers when you're fixing computers are software related generally. It's not like the old days where like, oh, we've got a bad RAM chip and we've got to sub that out or anything else. For the most part, it's just electronic things. So I think it becomes when something becomes outdated per, like, Windows 10 is a good example of that. The licensing is going to expire. If you don't upgrade to a certain thing, you won't be able to use it. They're software related fixes, so it's not a age decay thing. It doesn't work in the same manner.
Well, that's fine, but we still should know we have X amount of this, X amount of seats or windows.
Gotcha.
When we got it, when it's coming to its date, where it stands, we should know this as a town so that in the future when we can say, oh, look, these are all starting to come up there's gonna be something new coming out, and I know you're probably up on that stuff, but,
I
probably
imagine
too.
we'd have something like that.
I don't know.
I mean, we
Do
know how
we?
many computers we have, and we have like
I mean, I
licenses.
have no
and-
idea.
There is, I'll call it a list, not necessarily completely updated, but there is a list of assets, but that's why we have an asset management program to be able to track that and its life cycle and when it needs to be replaced. And we just bought that system, as you know, and we're in the process of implementing that.
Okay, so
that's
we
what
are
that is
moving
for.
forward
But it's
to
not
that.
just for computers, it's for everything that we have. And
Okay.
You don't
Well-
presently have that, and that's why it's important, so that you know what you're up against on all of these items and what those costs are gonna be and when you should be replacing them.
Okay, and the other thing is just a statement, I keep hearing things being mentioned, and so I wrote it down. I don't know if we have this, I've never seen it. I think it would be good to have somewhere online, a place where all the job descriptions are and when there's a change. Because I think that's important. So when you're talking about this one moved here, there, they changed, people can go look and say, oh, well, they've got more duties now, or this is how it's now being applied. And they can look it up and see what the costs are, or whatever. I just think, and again, it's not for now, and I don't know what the software does or doesn't do totally, because I didn't watch the demo. And, that's all, I just heard people mention it, and I thought, just trying to be proactive, moving forward in the spring. These are things that we should have on our radar.
I fully agree with you on that second part. I think we could use more transparency in that department.
I'll just add to that, we should have all of our contracts on there. We
Yes.
should have open checkbooks so people know where their dollars are spent.
Yes.
But we don't have those, and that's part of replacing our ERP program, which is very outdated.
So
to be
that
able to do just that.
That OpenGov thing does that, or another software?
Yeah, OpenGov does that.
Okay, thank you.
That's really important, so people can see where all those contracts are, when they expire, all that information, and we don't have that.
And that would put union contracts and everything up there.
Well, the union contracts are already up.
I know, but I'm just saying all
Yes.
in one
All
tight
contracts
little.
in one place, so
Yeah,
when they
yeah.
change, and you can also subscribe to that, so it tells you when there's an update in there.
And would it also tell, like, the dental insurance, 100% what they're getting? Do they gotta have co-pays or whatever? Same thing with health insurance. Like, so we, the people, know what we're paying for our employees. What are we buying for them for this X amount of dollars that we pay?
Yeah, there's a place to put that, but it wouldn't be in that. 'cause that's not-
Okay.
Yeah, it's not a
Okay.
contract per se.
Again, I think it would stop a lot of the questions that we get. That's all.
Joseph?
Thank you, Chairman. So 2 points I want to make. One, I don't think I'll be able to make any detailed suggestions of alterations to the budget until January. I mean, and his team has been working diligently on fulfilling the request I made. I know it's going to take a good bit of time before we receive that information. And so thank you. You've been getting PDF after PDF out to me. Still going through, absorbing that information. And I think for ourselves in the budget committee, we'll have the ability to take a look and maybe make some suggestions there in those lines, be able to see how they've moved throughout the budget, and any increases, decreases, especially with OpenGov coming in. Maybe there are some lines such as general office supplies or papers or whatnot that we have needed in the past that we will not need now moving forward. Second point, when taking a look at making reductions to the budget, I know it's hard to decrease current staff that we have, but it might be a good idea to take a look at the requested new positions that have been put into the budget. If we're going to take a look at large cuts, might be a good place to start.
Okay. Do we have that information, or does that have to be prepared?
So the sheet that I sent you yesterday, I think, last night. Yeah, last night has what was budgeted in 25, what was budgeted in 26, and what was budgeted in 27. So you should be able to see if it wasn't in 26 and it's in 27 now. That's where it is.
Okay.
And you have sheets for all those positions too. They were presented to you on November 1st.
On that sheet, right, I happened to notice and I don't know when this happened, the supervisor of the checklist, which is an elected position, right? I looked at it, I couldn't find my 2023 24 book, but I found my 23 book, and I was looking at what they were getting paid. It was like $200, $700. And now I'm looking at it, and it's like 4,000, almost 5,000. These are elected positions. I want to know when that changed and how it changed. Please.
So I can tell you it's $15 an hour. And the reason why you see an increase this year is the additional elections that are occurring.
Say that one more time.
It's $15 an hour, $15.25 for the chair.
You can tell an elected official how many hours they can work?
No,
Then why are we charging by the hour?
that's what it was when I was here, so we've maintained that. And I make the adjustment based on the number of elections that we have in the next fiscal year. So if we have 4 elections, it'll be a higher amount we're budgeting for. If we have 1, it'll be less. That being said, they can come in and work every day, in which case we have to find the difference in what's budgeted and what is not.
I guess I'm really having a hard time understanding that in 2023, we were only paying one of the supervisors of the checklist, I'm not going to say their names, like $700 and something dollars. And then the other guy got like 200 and something, and I couldn't find the other one in the book, but I'm sure it was there. There's a huge difference between $700 and $4,000.
Were you looking at the annual report or
Annual
the budget
report.
Well, that's part of the reason why is, again, they didn't work those hours, so therefore we didn't pay them those
How do
hours.
you know what hours they work if
They submit a
elected?
timesheet every week that they work.
And so when did this change?
I guess I'm not sure I
So you're
understand.
telling me that these guys got the job done working a very small amount of hours, and these people are taking a long hours? I don't understand. There's the same amount of elections. I'm
Is there?
confused.
No, in that particular year, there was.
In every year it
multiple
changes
elections.
depending on the cycle.
But still, it shouldn't be that different.
Like in 26, there's 3.
And also, I don't know if they met as often, as frequently, and I know that they've been meeting more frequently now.
Again, I don't know who sets the pay scale, how it got set, and when it changed.
Do you want to elaborate for us, please?
I can,
Yes.
as a former supervisor, the checklist and the person who works closest with them in the town now. So the pay scale went up last time in 2017 was the last time they got a raise. They went from $10 an hour to $15 an hour. At that point, the idea was that the job was increasingly becoming, even though it is an elected position, it was increasingly becoming more technical and more focused on computer skills, and they wanted to make sure that the chair at the time worked with Lisa Drabeck and Kevin Smith to make sure that it was a sufficient amount of compensation to attract people with those skills to the position. It is a ton of computer work. It is a very technical position. And as Justin was saying, the amount of work varies based on the year. So there are some years where there are 4 elections, in which case they work an exceptionally large amount of hours. There are some years, like 2025, where there's 1 election and they don't work all that much. There's also a certain amount of work that is mandated by the state that they have to do, and that work was actually just increased by the legislature to do more frequent verifications of the checklist. It used to be every 10 years. It is no longer. I can't remember the exact frequency, but it might be annually now. And that's a substantial amount of work that they have to do to prepare tons of letters that go out. We did have one of those tenure was, I believe, 2021 was the last 10-year evaluation on it. So it really depends on the year, how many hours they work, and it is not usually distributed evenly across the 3 supervisors. If you go back and look at the number of years, you'll see that the chair usually works a substantially larger number of hours than the other 2. And then the chair has been Kristen Grages since 2017.
And I love that person. That
So-
has nothing to do with who it is.
Yep. And so she normally worked, but again, this is none of their primary job. This is an elected job. If they don't need to be there, they're not there. They submit timesheets, and those timesheets are kept on file.
I
with
just
everybody
happened to
else's.
look, and like I said, he sent it out, and I said, oh. And then I noticed, went from like 4,000 something to 4,000, and they were all about the same. All 3, I believe it was 3, maybe 4. They were all about the same amount of money, and then I noticed it jumping up to 5, and one of them was almost 6. And that's what, said, I never remembered this because...
Yeah, 2024 is a 4-election year. So that's a lot of work that year.
But it was 24, 25, 26. It was all about the same amount of money.
Yep.
Right across the board.
Yeah.
So,
and-
yeah, if you look at the budget for this, it's part of the elected salaries and the town clerk voter registration. In '23, the budget was 16,252. The next year it was 16,752, then 17,252, then back again down to 16,252 because we have one election for this fiscal year. And next year it increases to 19,204.
And that line also includes the elected official, the
That
people who work
includes the
elections
moderator
as
as
well.
I'm listening to you, but I'm hearing all of this stuff. I mean, earlier today we heard all about the clerk and the whatever appointed tax collector. And I'm sitting there going, all these elected officials, and I'm going to include you guys, and the budget committee and the town council who put a heck of a lot of time and energy into this have not seen any increases in I don't know how much time. And it's really sad when a tax collector, not a tax collector, what do you call it? The
supervisor of the checklist?
Thank you. Makes more money saying they make more hours than a town councilor. Not that I'm doing it
With
for
all
the
due
money, I
respect,
could care
Councilor
less.
Paul, they do
but it's
probably work
really out
during-
of whack for an elected positions, okay? And that's all. I'm done talking about it. It just needs to be thought about.
Well, let's think about it. What do you want to pay them? Do you want to pay them $10 an hour? 6?
You know
5?
what? I don't think it should be anything an hour. It should
Okay.
be just like us.
So you
or
can
just
do
like
that.
the budget committee people who put in, how many hours do you put in on the budget? If they were getting paid, this would kill the budget.
So if you want to do that, that's something you have the power to do. You can tell these people you're not going to pay them. That's your authority. We're recommending that you do, and we're recommending that you fund it for the amount of hours that are necessary in accordance with the law for the job they have to do it. But that's totally up to you. If you don't want to fund it, you don't have to.
I just think it needs to be brought to attention.
Well, it
and
is,
I think
so-
it should be the voters, not us. It should not be the council. It should be the voters. It's their money. We represent, we the people. It's their money. The voters need to know that this is how it works. They need to. I never understood how it worked. This is the first conversation I can recall since whenever that somebody talked about how these people are getting paid. Whether it's right, not right, I don't know, but it's not up to me. It's their money that we're supposed to be good stewards of, doing the right thing, making sure that they're doing a good job, and that's how it works. They run for an office. I did anybody here know that that's what they made as when they ran? I'd like to know if they knew that when they ran, that's how much they would make. Because it's not in there. It's not on there. I don't know.
So if you want to make it a warrant article, that's within your authority as well. So that's up to the council.
You good? Good.
I have a few questions. I'm new, so I apologize if these questions have already been asked.
Just speak into the mic for the people at home,
Okay.
so they can hear you.
It looks like there were a few departments that added a printing services line item. Just for clarification, where was that coming
bless you.
out of before this year?
God bless you.
I guess would be management services.
So the printing, like for instance, in the town clerk budget?
Yep. Was that coming out of the management services years
It was.
prior? Okay.
So we print all of our automobile tax bills, and the Keystone Press does it for us. So we
Okay.
were paying for that out of management services.
Okay.
And we just reclassed that to a new line, so that was, you would know what it was for, or it stood out more.
Okay. That's what I figured. My second question is for the finance department. It looks like the salaries are going down by 32,000, but if I am correct, that department was part of the raises. So was there someone that was there a position that
One
was-
of the individuals was moved to the HR department.
Okay. All right. Last question is for Public Works. It looks like the salary for Public Works is going up by 30,000. My question to that is the town council has requested a $60,000 budget cut. So I guess I'm asking why the salaries are going up 30,000. Were there more employees added to that?
Where's the $60,000 cut?
So the $400,000, Rebecca, is what you're talking about. So they asked us to look at what that would look.
For
So
the
the council-
proposed cuts, yes.
So council didn't make that cut, right? So they asked me what that would look like, and that's in other different lines, mostly equipment, is where that cut came from.
Yes, so it looks like the major cut for Public Works was in the snow removal.
Yeah, there's a contract.
Yep. So,
And there's equipment that was cut as well. It was a V-plow.
yep. Yep. So I guess what I'm asking is, it doesn't look like the full amount that the town council was proposing for a reduced budget was met. So why is there an increase of $30,000 in the salary?
So if the council was looking for 60, I think this actually exceeded the 60 because you had 14,000 being removed from the work safety line, 28,900 from the machinery and equipment, 23,287 from snow removal. As for the increase, it is moving a part-time individual to full-time, and the cost is split between the DPW and the sewer enterprise fund, which is paid for through user fees.
Okay.
And just to be clear, too, the council didn't tell us where to make the cuts. They asked me to make recommendations as to what $400,000 in cuts would be. So I did that across the town, but they never specified a particular department, which obviously makes sense, right? Go find out where you can make the cuts and
Right.
minimize the impact on services.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else before Dan? Go ahead, Dan.
I just want to talk a little bit about our budget. I don't know how we were moving forward in the past without having an asset management program, not monitoring our buildings, that need all this work, all this repair. I'm not a tech person. I'm listening to what everybody's saying about the computers. But that's now something that needs to be in our asset management program, so we can track and see what the age of this equipment is and replacing it. Our OpenGov is another, great tool that our town manager has brought to us. I look at our roads that need addressing, our traffic that needs addressing. Glenn came up earlier and talked about we're not talking about traffic. I have been here a long time, and when Mr. Mulholland came on board, he has gone to the Traffic Safety Committee, and now he has a working group off that. And they're doing a lot of good, positive things. Captain Betancourt is over here, and he's part of that, and providing a lot of information so we can address the traffic issues. This is a bottom line budget, and I'm not a fan of this bottom line budget, I can tell you that. I'm used to going to town meeting and, addressing certain line items and removing those line items, and that was it. Now it doesn't matter. Positions get, created and moved and everything else, and as long as they don't exceed their bottom line budget. Here I am, we're having this public hearing on this. Hear a lot of outcry of, people complaining about taxes. How many people have come here tonight to address this budget and say, we need to cut, we need to address these things? Very few people. So I have struggling with a lot of things with this budget, because our firefighters, we have 22 firefighters that grew up in this town, now work in this town, and they can't afford to live in this town. That's pretty sad. I know people, question about salaries and everything. I was just talking to somebody over the weekend who works for this, big company in town, and he says to me, you know what? We lose people because we don't pay them right. And when we go to hire new people, we're paying them more. We're paying more instead of retaining the people we have. So I know there's been a lot of discussions about that. I don't know. I mean, I heard somebody say that, you know, this $400,000 cut was a scare tactic, you know? I've been in town for a long time. I'll tell you what a scare tactic is. Scare tactic is when you have the fire department that comes in and says, well, we're going to reduce from 13 down to 12. That's a scare tactic. They didn't do that, okay? You have the police department that comes in and says, we're going to cut the SROs. And that was done numerous times through the years, and I'm sure the chief remembers that. He didn't do that. That's not a scare tactic. What they did is they looked at their budgets. Yeah, Old Home Day, they looked at Old Home Day to try to reduce some of that overtime, you know? They know what they need to, where they can cut it. So I'm going with what they're saying. I just don't know how you address all the issues that need to be addressed in this community that have been pushed down the road. You know, nobody wants to go up. Last year, they presented a budget that was over default. And I heard from counselors going, there's no way that's going to pass. It passed. People in this community want their roads maintained. They want our fire department. And if you look at the calls for service on the fire department, they haven't gone down. They're going up. Okay? We need a good police department. Last week, we had an incident up there on 28. Nothing to do with our guys, but they were there. All right? Not only was the police department there, all right, but also the fire department was there to making sure everybody was okay. You know, that cost the taxpayers money. Nothing that, you know, our people initiated or anything like that. And I'd like to know from both departments at some point, if you could get me the information, how much that cost us, you know, just to have an idea. Because that'd be interesting to know. So I know people want to cut. I'm not saying we can't cut. I'm just saying we have to be careful where we're cutting. And it doesn't matter at the end of the day. You can suggest you want to cut this, this, and this. It's a bottom line budget, people. So if I say I want to cut X, then that doesn't mean X is going to get cut. Because at the end of the day, it's going to be the town manager and the department heads that have to manage their budget to make sure they don't go over budget. I brought up the incident for the other night because that's unexpected, and that cost them overtime on their budgets, I'm sure. You know, so it's not something we planned for. Sunday, nice day, when we weren't supposed to get snow on Sunday, right? Dave had to send his crew out. Okay. Why'd you send your crew out, Dave, on a Sunday, for goodness sakes? You know, we didn't get that much snow. No, you did it to protect the citizens of this community. You did it, okay, to make sure everybody was out there that was safe. And I appreciate that. But as we go through this budget process, we have to keep that all in mind, you know? And I listen to you guys all about IT, and Ted, you say we can't, you know, or you're concerned about the contract of the police IT going to the town. I look at it and go, good for you. You're going to utilize your personnel better. Okay? You're going to look at your personnel and you're going to say, you got some downtime there? I can use somebody here. I need help here. I've been in here on a Monday and all the computers were down in town hall. That is not good. That's a crisis. That's when you need to pull everybody in. So that's my comment on this budget.
Ron, if I will.
Please, go ahead.
We spend a lot of time talking about cuts and not nearly enough time talking about how we can bring in additional revenue.
Mm-hmm.
I would say 95% of the conversations we have on the budget is about spending. I think it would be good for us to consider revenues, because if we bring in revenues and figure out ways to increase revenues into the town, that will also lower taxes. So have we considered figuring out what that might look like, what kind of services we can offer as a town, how we might be able to bring in additional revenue and what that might look like.
So I think that's an important thing to bring up. And I think the reason we don't talk about revenue is because we don't have generally a revenue season where we talk about stuff. So this is the budget. And so this is the part where we try to control spending and work on that aspect of it. But the part that always gets ignored is the revenue. And how we get new revenue generally is by growing a tax base of the right things developed in town. And we don't talk about that enough because there's a lot of people that put the information out there that every time something gets built in this town, all of a sudden it costs everybody a whole bunch more. And that math doesn't add up. When you look at it on paper, some things are severely tax positive, some things aren't. We don't take a look into that. So it's having that knowledge and diving down that, attracting the right things to this town that'll add revenue to help stabilize the tax base, to help us keep the service we do is an important discussion. I just don't know where we have it.
Right.
And maybe we should figure that out.
Right, that's what I was thinking, is because if we can talk more openly about the sources of revenue, you know, and how we do that, that will also help, you know, the taxes and the tax rate and things of that nature as well. So, just something, food for thought, I think.
Yeah.
So Kate, on that point, I just want to bring out, when the town was looking at selling the development rights back on Gilchrist Road to the developer, okay? Comments were made back then by members on the council and budget committee that, you know, we're going to bring in revenue, all right? We're going to be building homes, townhouses, whatever there, and we're going to be taxing that. We're going to be getting money. What they're not looking at is, I felt, and I brought this up, the demand for services, okay? Police, fire, schools, traffic. Nobody looked at that, okay? Go down Gilchrist Road and look at what that traffic is. That is a major concern, okay? And, yeah, we're going to get some tax dollars out of it, but we're going to be paying a lot more, I believe, in the long run.
Deb, you want the phone?
Yeah, Kate, I agree with you, and that's why earlier in the town council, I brought up the fact that we should look at impact fees. Because to what Dan just said, even though the council didn't want to do it, and then they eventually did it, and we're doing it now, there's ways for those funds, and I know that the manager, and I can't remember the name of that new thing you talked about in your letter that brings in money, but that there thing.
That thing, okay.
But it was, and he explained it, and at first I thought it was a negative thing, and then I looked it up, and I was like, oh, this is another way to generate money. Because, like Dan just said, all development, you know, they say, oh, it's positive, but it does have an impact. And we are the ones who end up, the citizens who live here are the ones who end up picking up all of that impact. And I really think that's why impact fees and that other, did you remember what it was?
I'm not sure I fully understand. So
It was a type of fee that we can put on people, like when it directly impacts things, but it had a different name to it.
special assessment districts,
Thank
things
you.
like that.
Special assessment. But things like that are things that we are looking at, but unfortunately, counselors before us for a long time haven't looked at those sort of things. So that revenue stream has been depleted and kind of, not for nothing, it's kind of put us where we are now, because we wanted to give so much to those builders that were coming in thinking this is going to be great. No one ever thought that the tax differential would have gone so cuckoo. You know what I'm saying? So it would have been better if we had it, and it would have been able to, and I know Mr. Dolan is here, because he would always say what we want to do is keep it really flat. We don't want peaks and valleys. We don't want we want to be able, as individuals, to budget our books to know, okay, you know, it might be 1 or 2%, but for the most part, it's here. And that's where we as we're a new board, where I should say, would like to see us start moving in that direction to keep a flat budget that doesn't have a lot of peaks and valleys, and be able to build up our our undesignated fund balance, so that when emergencies happen or new products come out, that we're able to adjust and move up, because that in and of itself helps us save money. That's my opinion. I don't know what these guys think, but
Kate,
that's what I'm thinking.
Kate, to talk about some of your revenue question that you had. So, for example, FW Webb is paying us just about $1 million in taxable revenue. The property that they're talking about on Gilchrist Road, when it's that fully built out, is another just about $1 million as well.
Okay.
So, just to give you perspective there.
Okay, that's good.
Sean, you were next.
So, all of this, and we don't talk about this enough, so thank you for bringing this up. Yes, they take services, but every single building in town doesn't require a new police station and a new fire station. Things contribute towards that goal. They're all paying property taxes. Those property taxes go towards services. So it's not, oh, I pay $1 million and now I spend $200,000 of impact towards services. I'm still tax positive. That's the entire equation. We never talk about the entire equation. We don't talk about, okay, that's the amount that's drained on services. Instead, we speak in generalizations and go, every new building costs us a ton more and the whole residents pay for it. That's not true when you look at each of these, how much taxes, and you can look it up. Anybody here can go out there and look up how much tax revenue something brings in. And then, you can say, okay, how many firefighters have we had increased over the last 10 years? How many police officers have we have increased over the last 10 years? Does that more than equal all the taxable revenue? Some of the things that have happened over the years have been due to, we haven't addressed traffic. Traffic was one of my goals when we asked our goals on the council. We haven't addressed that. We haven't looked at some of the roads in town, and we've neglected certain intersections, and we've done other things like that. That's not the fault of them moving in. That's the fault of us not taking care of and planning for this in advance and making sure that the town's set up for success in that department. It's a complicated scenario. It is not just as simple as everything's a negative or everything's a positive. You have to dig down into the details and the math.
Dan,
So
you were next.
I'm going to dig down into the details in the math here, all right? And it's called long-term planning, because I think recently the development on that's come up in front of the planning board on that's going to impact Pillsbury and Gilchrist, for example. All right, they want to put a slip lane in there, and I credit our town manager for, coming up with, no, this is probably okay to do a slip lane now, but let's look at long-term planning.
Can we get back to the
Yes,
budget,
we're talking
please?
about budget, man.
No, we're not.
Yes, we are, because when we don't plan ahead, these things are going to impact the taxes. Because if you just put in, for example, just a slip lane, and then all of a sudden we need to do work there, now all of a sudden this warrant article comes up in front of the taxpayers and say, all right, we need to address this intersection. Our traffic is bad, and let's address this intersection. So he's looking at it going, all right, let's look at another option. Maybe we can, escrow this. Let's talk about the other developers, and let's try to minimize the impact to the taxpayers. And that's what you need to do. You just can't say, all right, let's look at it today. Let's look down the road. And I want to thank Mr. Mulholland for doing that. So long-time planning is what we have to do with this whole budget, my feeling.
Anybody else?
Can I please say something?
Yeah, please. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I remember back in the beginning of your presentation for the budget, Mr. Mulholland, that you mentioned ERP. And my company is currently going through a major process to implement a new ERP. And it took over a year to decide on an ERP. We had multiple bids, we had lots of requirements, we got everyone together to talk about the requirements. And I asked you when you were going to shop around, and you said that you started or something like that. It turns out that you already signed a contract for it, and I find that highly deceiving. It was $800,000 we didn't have in the budget. That's it. Thank you.
I just want to respond to that.
Please, yeah.
So when did I sign a contract for an ERP program? Because I
I believe August.
for an ERP program.
What is the difference between OpenGov and ERP?
So ERP is your finance, your payroll, your HRIS programs. We have signed no such contracts. We have OpenGov
What
permitting.
is ERP, or what is,
So that's your finance program. We have New World right now, which we've had for many years. That's no longer, they no longer sell that product anymore. And eventually they won't be providing patches to that. So that's the program we
I
have.
remember that conversation. Am I the only one that misunderstood that? If it is, I really apologize.
I guess I will state, when it was presented to us September 15th, I had no idea we had signed the contract. And I went back and watched the meeting to see if I was crazy. And Deb was asking questions like, when we talk about this in the future, the vendor was talking about, we're going to have further conversations. I had zero idea that that was purchased.
We talking ERP or OpenGov here?
OpenGov, and I'm not going to play word games around which thing we're talking. I mean, we are talking about that contract, that, you know, whatever we want to call it. And I get it's not an ERP system, but I didn't know.
Any other budget issues?
Thank you.
Seeing none?
So when we were looking at the potential cuts that were proposed to us that we could potentially, that were suggested, I'd like to move that we do not make any of the suggested cuts to the fire, police, and DPW from that spreadsheet that was given to us. And any services that would potentially negatively affect the voters and the town itself from operating efficiently.
I might have missed it last week because when I watched, I wasn't here last week. And when I watched YouTube videos, I watched it at 1.5% with people speaking because the meetings are so long. So I may have missed it, and I apologize if I did. But with the cuts to some of the police overtime for Old Home Days and the fire for Old Home Days, does that mean we won't have any fire personnel or police personnel on site for Old Home Days, like the big Saturday event as an example, for safety reasons? Or what does that mean when we say overtime cut for Old Home Days?
It eliminates the overtime budgets that were in, the overtime dollar amounts that were in those budgets to be able to provide that level of service that you presently have right now.
Okay.
So obviously there'll be some level of service, but it's not going to be where it is.
Okay.
And you're covering a 4-day event, and the question is, are you going to do a 1-day event? What are you going to do? Are you going to raise the funds? Despite what was said, a 501c3, other communities do it that same way. They run a 501c3. They take those donations to do that.
Okay, so we're not talking no public safety, we're talking less public safety.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Yep.
No, because we're going to be going down, discuss this a little further after. Anything else as far as the 2027 budget? Under new business, we're going to be bringing this back up again, so. All right, so.
No, I'll go.
Okay.
So a lot was made over the average 16% raises last meeting. A lot of people were calling me about it. I saw a lot of turmoil online. I just want to ask, I guess, so those are currently in effect, and I just wonder what lines did those come from, because those weren't budgeted for that. So where was that taken out of?
It's not taken out of a per se line. At the end of the year, I have to make sure we have a balanced budget.
Gotcha. So it's just.
So positions that are open in other places, whatever funding I have left over in other places, whatever cuts I have to make during the year to make that happen.
So it was just, there was leftover money in what was spent in the budget, and so it was just an additional expense.
So the budget, we're only halfway through the year.
Yeah, it's just.
So
I
didn't
guess
transfer
my
any-
concern is with going about things that way is, okay, what if we don't have enough then for police overtime, or what if we don't have enough for firefighters because we have that line? If that money is just taken out, that's why I asked what line. And this is how we've done in the past. Different town manager, I don't know. He said they've always, it's kind of come from this line, or I know it's going to come out of there because I know okay, I'm good on police, I'm good on fire, I'm good on DPW. So that's where I was, was there a big amount of money where it's like, okay, we're gonna be okay doing this, or
Yes,
was
we are
it?
going to be okay doing this.
Okay,
It's not unlike the voting machines, which were not in the budget that you authorized
Yeah.
expenditures on. It's not unlike the Morrison Meeting House additional money that wasn't budgeted for, that I have to find other places as well. So, and those two things you authorized specifically.
yeah,
And that's why I brought them to you, because I can't make up for those. I have to make cuts elsewhere in the budget to make up for that. That's why I brought that to you. So the changes that I made, I can afford to do within the budget.
okay.
Dan had a quick question.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
No, he can go and I can.
I just got a
finish
quick
up.
comment, Sean, on what you were stating about the wages, because I'm looking at the town manager was budgeted for 170. You guys, not me, hired him at 178. So where were you planning then to take the 8,000 that was not budgeted for?
8,000 is a lot different than 132. That's why I asked the
It
question.
all adds up. I'm saying
It does all
where,
add up.
Where,
and-
where were you looking at taking the 8 grand?
I mean, it's the bottom line budget.
Okay.
So it's like saying, where were you looking to take it when you agreed to the voting machines? Where were you looking to take it when
Right.
you approve any other expenditure?
Okay.
This was just a large amount. That's why I asked the question. It wasn't $8,000.
All right, I'm gonna move on to new business because we're gonna come back to this in new business.
Well, that's a
budget workshop.
Oh, okay.
That's why I'm just trying to. It
Gotcha.
was a public hearing. I'm just
Gotcha.
trying to.
Okay. Yep,
Move
thank
us
you.
along so we can.
Mr. Chair, before you do that, so
Please, yeah.
legal counsel is waiting for, should I tell them we're not going to be able to do that tonight because you still have quite a ways to go? And then plan it for a different night? That way she's not waiting around.
Yeah.
What's the
We're gonna
council
be
think?
here a while.
Well, can we
I
do
don't
a
wanna
meeting
pay
like
for
in
that.
the morning or something with them, or?
I'd rather do it in the morning.
Can they wait and?
I don't want to.
I think it should have been maybe scheduled for a better time than 9 p.m. And maybe it should be scheduled for a different time. I would hate to waste their time and our time paying for them to be here.
Okay. We schedule it then.
Okay.
That's fine. All right. Under new business, we're going to discuss and schedule a public hearing for January 5th, 2026 regarding proposed amendment for Recreation Commission. And who wanted to take this? Okay.
Hello. So Resolution 2025-25 is based on the conversation that you had 2 weeks ago on the composition of the Recreation Commission, increasing its membership to account for the growth of recreation in the town, to recruit more volunteers, and to reflect the talent pool of the applicants who submitted their interest in this past cycle. So I'm asking that you discuss the resolution tonight, and then, if amenable, schedule the public hearing on January 5th.
Good day.
Kirsten, I just want to thank you for this nice Londonderry Annual Town Meeting minutes.
Thanks.
I think it's great. I mean, Norm Russell, Bob Day, Andy Mack, all great people that served in this community and I worked with in the past.
It's a lot of fun digging back through for the
Yeah.
records to find these things. The UNH has all the annual reports digitized, so if you're ever looking for some fun research or some light
Yeah.
reading, that's where to go.
I think this is a great thing to do to increase the membership on the.
I did go to the Recreation Commission meeting tonight, too. That happened simultaneously with this one, and they were all in agreement that it was a good thing as well.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
You can never have too many. Personally, I don't think you can ever have too many. Well, you could, but
Yeah.
I think that more is better than less.
Are we in agreement? You
Yeah.
good with it, Ted?
Yeah.
Yes,
All
I
right.
thought we had
So we'll
already-
schedule the public
Yep.
hearing
I
then.
thought we
Thank you
already
very much.
discussed this, so
Done.
good.
Next up, discuss and schedule a public hearing on January 5th, 2026 to consider a proposed amendment to the purchasing policy. Who wants to take this one up? I guess you left.
Submitted by Counselor Faber.
Okay, you want to?
Yeah. So I suggested putting in a purchasing policy or updating our old purchasing policy because there were things found out, as Sarah just outlined, that had been sent without us knowing. And it's not about the town manager, it's about the position and what could happen. And seeing a lot of things that did happen over the last couple months. I just want to make sure that we're not caught unaware. And I don't think there's a person on this council that knew that contract was signed. I don't want to get caught unaware again. We're responsible to the taxpayers in this town, and to just go, that's a lot of money and I don't know about it, that's highly disturbing to me. So I think we need to update the purchasing policy to make sure that the right things are coming before us so that we do have, and there's nothing to say we have to say yes or we have to say no. It's just we have awareness, the public has awareness. We're talking about transparency over and over and over in this town. So let's be transparent. Let's bring these things before us. Yep, it may take some time for us, but I think the public deserves that. We should have these things in front of the people. And so therefore, I brought forth this policy to achieve that.
I think there's a lot of stuff in this that needs to be looked at. Some of it contradicts each other, kind of confusing. I'd like to hold off on doing anything. I know we have one coming up from the town manager that he's worked on. I've looked at that one as well. I think that is much more accurate, more specific to what the town needs. So I'd like to just hold off until
Remember, we're not voting on anything tonight. We're just having a public hearing.
All right, and I just
January 5th.
Okay, so on January 5th we'll
hear from both.
We'll hear from both.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
We're not voting on anything tonight. Just
Okay, that's all I need.
Yep.
That's all I was saying.
Ted, you good?
I'm good for
All right.
January 5th.
Let's schedule that for January 5th. All right.
Yeah,
All right,
moving right
guys.
along.
We're back to the budget. Preliminary budget recommendations, preliminary warrant reviews. So, any further discussion on the budget?
So I had.
Yeah, please.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I just want to kick it off with Article 4, bond issue for Morrison Meeting House.
Okay.
No dollar amount attached.
We just got that today. I don't
So
know if you guys
is
are copied
that
on it.
the... Okay.
Did you guys
So-
get a copy of that? We just got it today, this afternoon.
I didn't see it.
Oh.
So is...
And you saw it, right? Yeah.
So I guess then some
Yeah.
clarification is Article 4, is this coming from the town and being placed on the warrant, or is this coming from the citizens petition and being placed on
This one would be coming from the town.
From the town, okay. So I guess
And if
I
I'm
must
correct,
have,
Dan, the numbers today was 3.2 million.
There were two proposals in there, actually,
Two
weren't there?
proposals in there, and I think we're going to be discussing that.
So, yeah, if I can just
Yeah.
provide some
Please.
clarity
Yeah,
on that.
please.
So I was asked to submit a report as to the cost, and I worked with the Lions Club to do that. So we actually got the information today. It'll be up to the council actually whether it actually goes onto the warrant or not. That's scheduled for the 12th of January. That's the bond hearing on that. So they'll have to decide whether they want to do that because it's not been proposed by the administration. So that I've been asked to produce those numbers. I'm doing that. I've set it up so if the council chooses to do that, because of the timelines that you do have, it'll be their choice to do that. But that'll be presented on January 12th. We can certainly get that out to you. We just got it today.
What is the difference between the two proposals that were sent today? One had a much smaller dollar amount, it's around 500,000. The other one was in the 3 million range.
So one was to demolish the building,
Okay.
clear off the site, and the other one was to renovate the building.
Gotcha. I would say, as long as we're on this subject, I mean, we've kicked around the Morrison Meeting House for years. The building's just getting worse and worse and worse. And I think we owe it to the voters to put something on the ballot of what's the cost, and we need to let the town decide. What do we want to do with this building? Because we are not doing them a service by letting the building further decay, not giving them a choice, kicking around numbers, having another engineering study. We've done this too long. Let's put it on there, give it to the voters, and put it in their hands. Whatever they decide to do with the building, this town decides. It's up to them, and we're through it. Instead of, I hate to use this phrase, but kicking the can down the road, we're just gonna. We need to. It's our duty to address this for this town.
Is
I
there
think,
a
Sean,
plan?
if we address that, Sean, okay, we need to make sure that we're giving them the real number.
Yep.
Yes,
N-
not 100%.
Not a,
We agree.
not a
Do we know what
bogus
that
number.
is?
It's 3
Yes.
point.
Yeah.
It was just given to us this afternoon.
Oh.
So
Yeah.
it was around 3.2 million, and it was around 500,000 to demolish.
Okay.
so that
3.3.
within
3.3. Sorry.
Okay.
Almost
So
3.4.
Sean, so people really need to know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is how much it's going to be. Because all we're doing is just prolonging
Yes.
making a decision. So I agree. The voters need to make a decision on it.
Joseph.
Yeah, so I haven't seen this document yet, so I'm just curious before, I guess before it gets sent to myself and the budget committee, within this is there a breakdown of how that $3.2 million
Yes.
is?
Yes,
Okay,
it's
that is
very detailed.
Phenomenal.
Yes.
Because, as you stated,
Yeah.
it's, I mean, Dave's come,
Yeah.
I don't know how many times up and said,
Yeah.
X amount can give you whatever and whatnot. Now we'll actually have a clear
Printed.
idea what
Wow,
it's going
Dan
to
has
be.
it printed.
I have a-
Oh, thank
It's
you,
very
Dan.
detailed.
I'm into.
I guess I have a question too about
Yeah.
how the warrant articles may phrase. If it's $500,000 to tear it down and $3.3 million to renovate it, are we going to have two separate warrant articles, one to
That-
tear it down, or if this article fails, we will be spending the $500,000 to tear it down?
That's a council decision that we haven't decided yet. So
Got it.
it's-
Okay.
it
Sorry,
could-
jumping
it could be,
in.
It could be one, two, or both.
Okay.
May I ask a question about
Yeah,
that
please.
also?
Yeah.
By the way,
Joe,
Kate,
you
great
can
point
have it.
there.
You
Is
can
there
have
any thought to, and so I know that there's historic aspects and such, is there any thought to Kate's earlier point of maybe considering selling it?
I don't.
Instead of paying $500,000 to demolish it?
I don't know. That's.
I mean, it's one of those things we can discuss as we put it on there. I guess for me, early thoughts, because all of this just came out today.
Yeah.
I think we should just put out this is what it costs to save it. If the town says no to saving it, then we go down the road of what do we do? But saving it's now off the table because the town said no. We can outline the cost and leave the choice up to them.
All right. So I just want to support what Kate said. Whatever you decide, I just ask, please make it extremely clear in the warrant article language. This vote means the lowest cost, or it means the thing gets demolished. Okay, I just ask for clarity on that.
people need to
'Cause
know
we've-
that.
You have heard the comments yourself. Sometimes the warrant articles are really hard to understand, but
Yes.
there's
They are.
missing information.
And that is unfortunately the way they're written.
So
Go ahead, Joseph.
I guess question right off the bat. Thank you, Dan, for this. So anywhere within these lines where it says N/A dash no scope, is that
It's not going to happen.
Not going to happen. All right.
Yeah.
It's not applicable.
Joe,
Okay.
Yeah.
I can go over that with
You
you.
pass that
Yeah.
document down.
Yeah.
I'm curious.
Fold it up in the paper.
Yeah.
I'll take pictures and email it to the committee.
Anything else on? You want to say something? Okay, are you good?
Are we moving on to a new?
We can do
topic?
whatever. We're open.
Okay.
This is an open discussion on the
Yeah.
budget.
This is still budget.
Anything.
Well,
Warrant articles, budget.
I just want to revisit the police IT thing because I was looking at it and it looks like if you combine the police IT budget with the current IT budget, it's about 1.5 million. Is the objective in this to streamline services or to save money? I'm a little bit unclear as to some of the logic behind it, unless because it is a budget thing. Are we saving money by doing this, or what is it?
It's to streamline the services where, again, I can use that resource when I need it someplace else.
Okay. Okay. And in the event that he's busy because he's busy off doing police work, is that okay too, or?
Well, yeah, I mean, it depends on what it is. I mean, if the whole phone system like went down at the fire station the other day, then I need to get everybody, I need all the resources I need to get that done because it needs to be up and running.
Okay.
But it depends on the prioritization of what's going on at the time.
Okay. Okay.
Any other? Go ahead. Absolutely. Yeah, please.
With Article 6, the fiscal year 2027, is that reflecting the 400,000 budget cut or no?
No, you have the town manager's proposed budget, and it's up to the council to make whatever changes it chooses to make.
Okay.
Because the budget that goes before the voters is the town council's budget.
Okay, thank you.
Just so the public knows, it looks like it's just the bare minimum to keep it functional is what one of
Yes.
those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is what we asked for.
Yeah.
Perfect, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
We wanted to get a real estimate of how much it would be.
Yeah, bare minimum.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's been said in the past, and I'm not going to go into whether that's true or not, but it's been said in the past that we put forth proposals where the council as a body, not us personally sitting here, but put forth proposals that had fluff in them and we're not doing the real thing. We're doing all we can to make sure that we've got the real number.
Right.
You decide.
There's also
No
plans
games
for,
with
like,
it.
grand plans and
Yeah.
stuff, so
Yeah,
I was
nope.
wondering how big it was,
Yeah.
how small.
Yep,
It's
save the
bare
building.
minimum.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Go ahead, Deb.
I have a question.
Yeah.
On Sarah's thing,
Yeah.
Sean's thing, for the Morrison House, or the Meeting House. What if somebody some electricians, some plumbers that have broached me already, and project managers who do a lot of big construction have broached me that wanted to donate time and stuff. Once we do that, so my point is that if we can get stuff for just cost of goods and they're donating their time, the money that's in there, what happens after? So say we were able to get enough people to give us stuff to bring it down like $1 million.
So I think that's a great thing to bring up. I'm glad you did.
What
I think those people need to bring that forward now, because
Is it now?
as soon as possible, because the problem is a lot of people always, when these things happen, they're like, I'll do X, I'll do Y, I'll do Z. Then you go to get that to happen. Well, in 6 months I will. Well, this is the number and this is the time. In March, it's the vote. If they have things to contribute towards that lower that number, be wonderful. And we can lower that number for the community. So if
I know
anyone out
A couple
there,
of them were looking for the scope of work, and so
Yeah.
I guess
Well,
this
they would have
document
to work
gives
with the
that?
town manager.
Yes.
And then also work with the construction management company, and they can work and tweak the numbers if need be.
Okay.
But
The CM firm would have to give a timeline of when they expect some of this work to be done too, develop at least like a level 3, level 4 schedule, so that way they need to know when they're supposed to be on site to complete the work, because they need to fit that scope of work into the timeline that the CM firm puts in. So if they say, we are gonna need you September to October, and we've passed the warrant article with a lower number, they have to meet that obligation.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so we really have to put a lot of trust in those people that they will be there when they need to.
So should
And
so
a lot
for
of these
any-
companies may donate their time or materials, but it may not be when we need them to do it.
Okay.
It'll be usually at their leisure, which is not always what the construction
Yep.
management firm needs you to do.
So I guess everything should go. If anybody's interested, who's listening, I know we have a large audience out there. Any of these people that might want to do this should reach out to Mr. Mulholland.
Yes, and then he would, I would assume, put them in contact with the construction management firm.
Is that the way it should work? Sean, I don't want to give you more work. I'm just
It's
trying
not a
to.
matter of more work. So part of what everybody said is correct, but it's also there's some pieces in there that should be clarified, right? So right now, if you choose to do this and you choose to authorize the bonding of up to $3.3 million, the total amount in there, whatever you get for donations and those sorts of things, that's money you don't borrow. You don't borrow the money at the beginning, you borrow it at the end.
Oh,
So
okay.
if I'm an electric contractor, show me the shop plan of what you want me to do. We don't have shop plans, we don't have final design. So
okay.
show me the shop plan, okay, I can do that for you. And this is not uncommon, this does happen in a lot of communities where people are able to do that, right?
Right.
And then how many sheets of plywood do you need? Okay, I can give you half of what you're asking for, but we're not gonna know that until you get the final design, so it's a bit premature. If somebody's interested in that, it would be good to know who they are now, because I can start that list. I have a whole folder on that.
Okay.
But a contractor, whether it be a plumber, an electrician, show me a shop plan. Then I can figure out, okay, that's a 2-day job for me. I can do that. I can send my crews over. I can do it on a Saturday, whatever. The other thing about that is that this project, we don't have to occupy it by a certain date. It's not like renovating a town hall or police that you've got to get back in. We don't have that, so we have a little bit more flexibility in time, and I would write that into the contract with the construction company that's going to be managing the project. So we have a little bit more flexibility to do those things than we would normally not have, right? If you're renovating town hall and you're going to close half it down, you're relocating people, you want to get them back in as soon as possible. We don't have that. So we do have some flexibility. And again, this is not uncommon for people to donate resources, services, and materials for a project like this. And we do want to take full advantage of that. But it's a
Right.
little bit premature.
Okay.
it would be good though to at least have an idea in advance, because the number's really going to have a factor in how this passes or fails. And I would hate the people of the town to feel like the number was just too high, but we had so-and-so. Getting all that information out here beforehand, being fully as transparent as possible with who could or couldn't do stuff would be helpful.
I
to
agree
this
with
number.
you, but I also understand what he's saying. So just my mind.
Well, I'm not disagreeing with
No,
you.
no. What I'm saying is, we want to put in case things fall through. Joe says he can do it, but he really can't, right? You have all the timeline, like Kate said, the timeline doesn't work for me, but I wanted to help, but I can't. So the worst case scenario is this dollar amount. And if by some blessed thing that happens that people step forward and do something amazing and come together as a community and say, okay, I'm going to give, I'm going to give, I'm going to give. We won't have to worry about that to the end, because that's when, right? Is that what you just said to me? We don't have to really worry about, but we have to give the real number to the people, because if we do end up having to pay for it, that's what it will cost.
Exactly. We're not going to bond this money at the front of the project. You do it
Okay.
at the end, because if you're under, then you're only borrowing absolutely what you need. If you do create this warrant article and the voters that they approve that, you can expend up to that amount of money. You can borrow up to that money, but no more than that.
Right.
But you can certainly borrow less if you need to.
Securing the funding is what I thought. it
Right, the
was.
authorization.
Okay, you had a question?
So I just want to remind everyone that Dave Wally had presented a presentation for doing all the work, work at the site that included site work and a lot more improvements to the parking lot. That was about $3.1 million. So we're looking at a little over a 9% increase from what the proposal was from 2 years ago.
But a lot of things, Ted, have changed too. We found mold, we found other issues, now we have to connect to water. There's a lot of different things that we found in the building.
That may be true, but this proposal is not even including any of the site work or driveway work, and that was less money.
Yeah.
Prices are going up, Ted.
Yes. So
Just gonna keep
every time
going.
that we don't do a project, it
Right.
costs more and more money.
Exactly.
And we've heard that same thing over each budget season. The thing with this warrant article is it's not, we don't do this and we're going to bring it back to you again next year. We don't do this, we go the other way. We figure out what options are to do something, because this building is heavily decaying and we shouldn't kick it around anymore.
Oh,
Let's
I
make a
agree.
decision as a town, and
We should have
whichever way
made a
that is.
decision 2 years ago.
We didn't put forth a warrant article then.
No, we should.
So,
we didn't.
yeah.
And we should have.
Justin, just a quick question for you. This warrant article would be similar to the water one, where we have to say 3.2 million is the max that could be expended, but we could spend less. But we have to tell the taxpayer it's 3.3. It has to be worded that way correctly.
So it'll show the 3.3, and then the actual tax impact will be what the bond
Right.
payment would be, not the 3.3. But yes,
Right.
that is what it has to show.
Good, yeah.
I was gonna say, like,
Yes.
because if I think I saw it was like 584,000 or something for the demo. If we don't do the demo this year because we want to see if people want it, and we decide to delay the demo another year, construction costs, I just did a little bit of Googling, they've gone up about 6.7% over the last 12 months. So we're looking at an increase of about $40,000 to put it on the warrant article for fiscal year 28. So, I think can take that into consideration when
Yeah.
you're trying to decide whether or not to put both on the table for this year or not. So,
The reason, and this is all off the top of my head because it's new, the reason I was thinking about not is because let's say we hit no, we don't want the building, no, we don't want to demolish it. Okay, then we're left with selling it, which could be a thing.
right.
And so maybe, as I'm talking out loud, maybe that is the right thing to put both on. But we then couldn't, and then if we couldn't sell it, then we're left with the build. Like,
Right, exactly.
trying to wrap this up one way or the other is hard.
It's very complicated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dan, you ready?
I'm good.
Okay.
Just one more thing.
Please.
So we've got to notice this public hearing. So I'm only noticing it for to bond 3.3 million.
Yep.
I'm not noticing it to bond 500 and, I forget the dollar amount, 500 some odd $1,000. So I kind of need to have some advance notice to do that, to give people adequate notice for
So
that public
can we
hearing.
bond,
figure
can
that
we
out.
do it both? That we have options?
You could. I hope they don't vote for both, and then you got different.
Well, yeah,
but I think it's,
I didn't think about that. Howard.
but I think it's only right for us to pursue both.
Well, would it be?
It's got to be conditional, because we did put conditional warrant articles on there before, didn't we?
The school.
Yeah, 'cause of
school
bonds.
did, didn't we?
Justin, can you put in there that
We did for, like,
if
the
Article X
Part-time
fails,
librarian.
The full-time
is
librarian, and the
Right, you're talking
For
about
what?
bond warrant articles, though, and
Oh,
they're
bonds.
very different, and that's why
Yeah.
bond council has to review them.
In addition to that, what happens if both pass?
Yeah.
With over 60%. So now you have the ability to.
Fix it and then demolish it.
Right. So that's why I don't think you can do a conditional one on this, because
or demo it.
they're
and
two
build
very,
it up
very
from the
different.
ground.
I don't know if we have to rush into demolishing it if this doesn't pass, quite
Yeah.
frankly. I mean, you could do that anytime in the future. And construction costs are different than demolition
Demo cost,
costs.
that's true, yeah.
And demo costs, it's the disposal of the material that's
Yeah.
the biggest issue that you deal with. And I don't know what that inflation rate looks like for that.
So I would say, yeah, we just put the fix it.
Yeah, we fix it because if it did go, like, so say it doesn't, then demo, but your option 3 comes into play. Do you want to sell it? And you could sell it off in pieces. There are people who would pay big bucks for some of the stuff that's in there. So there's a whole another caveat that comes into play. So you're right. This is step 1.
Yeah.
And then the other one we'll worry about after the vote.
Well, then there's the other piece of, instead of potentially spending $500,000 to tear it down, we could potentially use the fire department as a training facility
No.
for a safe burn.
No.
I'm just saying,
Stuff in
instead
there to
of,
sell.
That would be bad.
well,
That
I'm
would be
just
very
putting it
bad.
out there to save the money.
It would save the demo costs if we were at that point. I get
Yes.
what you're saying.
Uh-oh.
It's just out there.
Hi.
Hi.
We would not burn that down.
Thank
In
you.
order to burn something down, we require a permission from DES. There has to be a benefit for us, the community, and the benefit for us is the training. The DES would not allow us to burn that down to save the town money. They would say that's an expense that you have to do. We have other structures in town that people wanted us to burn down, and it wasn't worth, it had no value for training, so we don't burn them down.
Okay.
That being said, I am not your acting fire chief, so that could change, and his opinion could change that, but I would doubt that, seriously doubt that. So,
Thank you.
I
Thank you,
apologize.
Fred.
No, that we have to abate the asbestos and the lead paint and all of that
Oh,
has to
yeah.
be done. So
boy.
you're still going to have to pay for all that. And then, yeah.
Go ahead, Joseph.
So, are we all set to change gears to a different more?
Yeah.
Yeah,
article?
yeah,
Or
absolutely.
Is everyone good?
Move
We're
on.
open, go.
Okay, so Article 22 to
Oops,
establish
wait a minute.
the Municipal and Transportation Improvement Capital Reserve Fund. So I just want to make sure that I have this 100% correct. The intent of creating this fund is to pay for, jeez, I just had it opened up, is to pay for CART.
Yeah.
That was the intention of,
No,
no.
The cart one was the $5.
Yeah, that's a
one that we
different-
That is it.
Oh, that's what he's talking about.
That's
That is
2010.
it.
There's 2 different transportation funds, right? There's the $5 fee.
Yep.
That's a different one. And then there's the other transportation capital reserve fund.
Okay, so point me to the article
Yep, like-
Did
that
we vote to put
is
this on?
Can't click on it.
supposed to be taking care of card funding.
I can do it.
Give me a moment and I will do that.
No, you're right. That is the one that part of the funding will go to CART, because that's the $5 fee one.
Yeah, so so just going through my notes and just saying,
So what part?
So we're funding it through a warrant article and the $5 fee?
No.
So
No,
what
so-
happens is when you do the $5 fee, you have to create a capital reserve fund. The statute specifies that.
Gotcha.
And, yeah.
So is that the Article 16 or Article
22.
22? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
confused.
And it's limited as to what you can use it for. It's specified. And you've narrowed it down even a little bit more. At least it's been proposed to be narrowed down even a little bit more than what the statute allows.
Okay.
So it's a
Oh, there
little
it
bit
is,
different.
okay.
So then was my first assumption correct? I just want, okay, I'm saying nodding heads, that's,
I'm
I'm just gonna
confused.
wait for.
Say again, Joe?
Yeah, so I just got confirmation from Justin, my assumption was correct, Article 22, it's, right, that $5, that's being added to the
Registration.
registrations is going to be, part of that's going to be used to fund CART. And
Yes.
the main reason for doing that was for funding CART. Am I correct in that?
So I guess where's this warrant article? Because I'm looking
Article
for it.
22,
Article 16 and
Oh,
2010.
16 and
Oh,
22.
so both of those articles.
There's 2 of them. 16 and
There's 2 transportation, they're 2 different articles.
Okay.
So there would be 2 different capital reserve funds.
These will be adjusted before the new year as
So
well.
then-
The
so-
ordering of them.
What's the purpose for Article 16?
So the purpose of that one, this is before the discussion occurred about the $5 fee.
Okay.
Because I wasn't proposing
No.
that. That was being proposed by
There's a different
the
one.
Senior Resource Committee. So what we're talking about doing is taking unassigned fund balance money and put that in there. Its purpose is to do several things. It's to do the traffic studies that we need to do.
Okay.
It's to provide the traffic counting devices that we don't presently have.
Okay.
It's also to be used for any match for federal grants or any other grants or any private contributions for projects, intersection improvements, whatever they might be. So that's what that was planned for.
All right.
Yeah.
So me and Ted are both looking for this. Where are these warrant articles listed? Because the one I pulled up was updated 12/8, and it's
But it doesn't show the
So
updated warrant.
Can I come?
Sure.
yeah,
I also pulled it straight from the agenda.
Yeah, that's where I got it.
yeah. I tried to click into that, and that didn't.
I'm very confused. Did we have to say we wanted to put the $5 fee on the agenda? Did we vote
This
on
doesn't
that?
have
To be a
clerks.
warrant article?
Yeah, it's not
Or a
clickable.
citizen's petition?
It's gonna be a warrant article, whether we
did we vote on
whether
it?
we support it or not.
My interpretation from that meeting.
Oh, okay.
That was
I guess I kind of missed it.
Council last.
Okay,
Something, yeah. We wouldn't object to it, but.
okay. Well, I think it's very confusing. It's going to confuse residents. That's what I think.
Bottom. There we go. Thank you.
Download your agenda. I did, and I downloaded my agenda packet. It's right there.
Do you have any other questions about it?
I'm gonna wait for Sean and Ted to have it up. Discussion, then I might have other questions based
I've
off of
got
their
it up.
discussion. Okay.
Thank- Yeah, that's the one we were clicking in.
I agree. I agree with
It's
you.
showing me.
But I think
that's
these two are
11
going to be
correct.
confusing.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's going to
I'll
be
do that.
bad.
Thank you, Justin, for that.
Absolutely.
Is everybody on board now?
All right. So,
Continue, sir, yeah.
Yeah. So I guess clarification. Just so again, just so I have it 100% correct. 16 no cart. 22 cart. Okay. Does the
One clarification, though.
Okay.
Yes, it can be used on cart, but it's also governed by that RSA that
Right.
allows it to be used on other things as well.
So would the council have the ability to further restrict the ability for the funds that would be established in Article 22 to be primarily used for cart, so that if there is, once cart is taken care of, the leftover balance can be carried into the following year instead of just expending from that, expending the fund completely for other projects that are listed here.
So yes, it's called the Municipal Transportation Improvement Fund. That's under the statute. So there's a whole list of things that you can spend it on, but you can restrict it to lesser things if you choose to.
Right.
So that's within the authority of the council in the first instance to propose it that way, and voters, of course, can make that change as well at deliberative session. They can strike certain pieces of that out of there as long as they don't eliminate the statutory pieces of that.
Okay, so what are the statutory pieces in Article 22 that cannot be struck?
Reference to the RSA, for instance.
Okay.
And that they call it a capital reserve fund, but it's not. It's really a special revenue fund because you're not appropriating money to it every year. It just flows into there with whatever comes in. But that's how the statute calls it. They call it a capital reserve fund. But as you know, capital reserve funds, the only time you can put money into that is the voters have to approve it. But that's what they called it when they wrote the statute.
Right. Okay, and so, for example, could the, within the article, let's see, yeah, so could roadway improvements, signal upgrades, and development of new bicycle and pedestrian paths be struck?
It can.
From, okay. All right, does the council have?
From 16?
Yeah, from 22.
22.
So this is, everything that I've been asking about, those questions have been about Article 22.
Okay, got it.
Because CART was the primary reason for this article, would the council look into striking roadway improvements, signal upgrades, and development of new bicycle and
So
pedestrian paths.
part of that is also for roadway improvements that we could potentially
Right.
also improve the walkability, improve crosswalks. So when you look at roadways, it's not just building a road; it's also the ancillary items that go along with that. So it's
Right.
careful upon how you really want to frame that or not.
But Article 16 already covers some of those. And so my thing is, right, the intention of this warrant article and for the extra $5 to be put on registrations was to help pay for CART. That was the
intent.
what the council, that's why we wanted this to, well, I shouldn't say we, shouldn't use that, but that's why the council had this warrant article developed.
So Joe,
So, in order to stick to the path and stick to the reasoning of why this ask was made, wouldn't it be appropriate to strike that other language?
I would think so.
Because you're gonna have
I don't.
extra money from CART.
Well, that's so that's
that
the
extra
point,
money
because
should go to-
no, the extra money should stay there, because if CART prices increase over the years,
But-
then we would be asking for other ways to raise the revenues. Well, actually, no, I'm not going to use revenues, to raise the taxes to pay for those services. And my fear, right, the councils are going to change over time.
Yep.
And there might be a council who knows, 10 years from now that says, hey, we're not going to use any of these monies for CART, and we're going to raise taxes to pay for those services, and we're going to expend this for these other projects. So that's my concern with keeping that other language within the warrant article. I don't know if I can support it as it is written.
Can I get clarification then real quick? Justin, do you know, is warrant article 16 necessary to support 22?
They
Are
have
they
nothing-
separate?
they're
Two separate.
So then,
separate things.
then what you're saying is, we're having two warrant articles doing the same thing.
Can I
So-
think I understand what
Okay,
he's saying.
fine.
So just say there's $5, we register all these cars.
Yep.
We bring in $200,000 a year,
Mm-hmm.
right? CART is only 50,000. Now you got this 150,000 keep going up and up, right? So that money, so this language really, it should say, and it is primarily to support cover the cost of CART, with extra funds also being done for this, that, and the other thing. In other words,
Well, it'd have
So
to
I
be limited
assume-
to
you've
public
already got a
transportation.
Public
fund.
transportation.
You've already got another fund that we're funding too.
Well,
so.
that's why I want so public transportation would stay, because the CART falls. Am I correct in that CART falls under that?
Yes.
Okay.
There might be a simpler answer than all of that. These things look almost identical, and I still
Very confusing.
don't get, honestly, the biggest problem I've had with the $5 is because it can bounce here, there, and everywhere.
Right.
In the end of the day, if we want to fund it, let's just make a warrant, a line item and fund it. And it seems like 16 and 22 do the same thing, except 22 does the $5. And why not? I'd even be more apt to increase the line of 16 and get rid of 22 and go, we'll just use the funding for that. It's going to be a consistent funding mechanism. It just seems like we're funding in two different ways the same thing, and it's
Well-
confusing.
Well, does
Well,
16
it's not,
allow for public transportation? So would we be allowed to take the monies from the capital reserve fund for transportation under RSA 35:1 and apply those to CART?
Yeah.
You could, but you don't normally fund operations out of a capital improvements line.
True.
A CRF.
Right.
This statute allows for that. It's a little bit strange how they wrote, but this one actually allows for that.
Okay.
But normally you wouldn't do that. You pay for one-time items. If you're going to buy traffic counting devices, you're going to do intersection improvement here, or whatever it might be, or engineering study that you would do related to that. And remember, 16 is one time.
Right.
This money keeps coming in year after year until you change it. So you could choose not to add any more money to 16. If you have money in here, to Councilor Paul's point, you could use it for those other purposes.
It would be
That
good if
assumes-
we could take a percentage of the extra. So say they had 100,000 extra, 50 stays in that CART fund thing, and then the other 100, kind of like what we do with cable. Do you know what I mean? Part of it goes here and part of it goes there.
The only difference is the only time you can put money in a capital reserve fund is the voters have to do that. So you can't put money into that unless it goes to town meeting. You could expend those funds because you'll be the agents to expend. So you have the authority to do that.
Is there a mechanism that would allow us to do something like that?
Well, again, you'll be the agents to expend. So that money keeps building in that fund, and you all of a sudden, okay, we want to do an intersection improvement. We're going to take money out of this, the Article 22 fund, and then use it for that, which you
Number
can
16.
do.
We wouldn't have to
you
go
don't-
back
You
to
wouldn't
the
put it in
Create another
16, you would expend it.
Another one, yeah.
But then coming full circle back to Joseph's original point, if the point is for CART, maybe we should limit that warrant Article 2 card. And if it only takes, and there's going to be 100,000 extra out of 200,000, then maybe we should make it 250. But this should be about CART, not every broad range of everything we could do with it.
I go back to Kate's comments about where can we look to generate revenue.
This it is
This,
right
this
here.
is it right here. Okay, you're looking at $5 per registration, long-term planning, and okay, if you bring in 200,000 and CART is 50,000, we got 150 to help with other traffic issues, other things that we can address. Called long-term planning, and another way of.
So
of
do
getting
remember that
revenue.
we got the presentation that we're probably expected to have an increase in cost in CART, not just 50, and as well,
Whatever it
who
is.
knows if the federal government will still be around to give out money to help subsidize that fund. So I
But you're going to
think-
get that, Ted, every year. We're going to be collecting that money.
Yes,
So that, so
I
we're going to
agree.
have
We're on
some
the same
extra.
page. We need to have that money there for them.
Right, but we might have some extra that we can utilize
These
for
are my
other
cards,
things.
not these.
Yeah.
Another company.
What? Oh, you go.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
So this is not the same thing as revenue, though, that Kate was talking about. I mean, revenue is when the town's taking in money and generate. We have, yes, it technically could be revenue, but it's not in the same context if we're talking about, okay, something is paying a bunch of taxes because some property was developed, and we're getting more into the town that is not a burden on the taxpayers. This is a burden on the taxpayers. So while it may be revenue, it's revenue that's a burden on the taxpayers, which is the kind we'd like to get away from if we can and generate more revenue that does not burden them.
No, I think, Sean, when we talked about the oil not being recycled anymore, and we're charging that on the registrations, if we drop that, then that $5 is not much of an increase.
I would love to do that. If everybody in the council would love to drop that, let's drop that, and I agree with you.
Then you could just, instead of just doing that, you just change this to 250.
I asked that question. I asked
Just
that
drop
question, and we were
to
told we could
250.
not.
Oh, you can't.
No,
did ask that
you can
question.
change the fee, but what the fee is paying for right now, you're gonna have to pay for in taxes. So you just gotta, you're
Well,
moving
we-
the shell game around, just be careful
We're
about
not
that.
really using that, though.
But
That's
you are
half the-
using it. That's the problem. That's why you're buying your recycling carts.
Okay.
We use the
the oil?
oil money to buy recycling
It's more than oil.
carts?
If you read that statute, it also includes recycling.
Oh, okay.
Justin, can you just confirm that, as Mulholland had said, that what we can or cannot remove from this, from DRA, for what wording we can remove or not remove? He wants to reduce it down to public transportation, but if the RSA is saying public transportation, roadway improvements, signal upgrades, and so forth, are we able to remove the wording of the other items or
That's a
not?
good point.
I would default to Sean on that one or reach out to DRA because I'm not 100% sure
Confirm
either
from
way. on that.
DRA that
Yeah,
we
let's
can
ask
actually
DRA.
remove the wording.
Again, you can take the full authorization, or you can reduce it. You can, anyway, if you want the attorney to tell you that, you could pay her $290 an hour to answer that same question. I can do that for you.
I just want to make sure that
Okay. So, do you want me to get a legal opinion on this and spend that kind of money to do that, folks? Is that what you want me to do?
No.
Okay.
I don't.
I don't.
So,
I just wanna make sure
one
we're
more
doing the
thing
right thing.
to Joe's point, you have the authority to do this, to limit it just to public transportation. The only thing is you're gonna be accumulating probably a lot more money than it costs for that.
Right.
And the only way you can use it for something else, you have to go back to town meeting again, because it's only been authorized for the purpose of public transportation. So if you do that, the only way, again, to deal with that excess that's growing in there is you have to get permission from the voters to do that. You have to
Like,
go
say,
back.
for example, in the future, if we wanted to appropriate for, say, for example, in 20 years, we build out that fund, and we wanted to really expand out what the whole system is and what this money is being used for, we might not be able to do so.
But
because we've limited it, what we can use it.
But can't the voters come back and say
we could? But it could be tricky in the future.
Well, but if that's what the residents and the taxpayers want, and to an earlier point of yours, carts, right? You know, there's the $50,000 that they've been talking about. They're looking at expanding services, and that was the other reason for putting this into existence. They want to be able to expand their services instead of asking for it in the budget. They're asking for it through a different form of taxation, through the $5 on the registration. I have an issue with if this article is not constricted towards public transportation. I don't know how I could say yes, you know, this is great, because while you 5 counselors are up here, while Sean's here, while all of us are here, we have it in our mind that, okay, first we're going to fund CART, and then, you know, however that fund's going to be used later down the road. But again, in 10 years, they could say, okay, we're just going to raise taxes through the budget to pay for CART and just use this money for the other areas that it allows for.
And in 2035, we'll have someone coming up to the podium going, when you guys discussed this warrant article in 2025, you said you were going to use it for CART. Now you're not using it for CART, using for all these other things. And it'd be nice to constrain and to avoid all that. But this is why I hate this funding mechanism. This is not flexible. If we had it in the budget, as needs go up or down, we could fund CART to the appropriate amount. This, we're kind of guessing, then we'll have some leftover, then we'll see what we do with the leftover. I would rather just fund it.
Okay.
I just don't want to tie our hands, that's all. I think this is a good way of doing it.
But
instead of funding it, I mean, we can put the money in the budget. We're cutting the budget as it is. So
Good, Deb.
Well, Mr. Mulholland, I don't know, my mind's not as great as it used to be, but didn't you say, like, we have people, other than taxpayers, registering their cars here, correct?
Yeah, we have
So we're
large rental
collecting even more money from other places for this. So this burden doesn't fall just on the residents, or not burden, but this extra $5 isn't coming just from the people in town. It's also coming from, you know, people who have a whole fleet that decide to register their vehicles here. The only thing it doesn't apply to is boats and motorcycles?
Trailers.
And trailers.
Trailers. It's boats and trailers. It's the town clerk had presented. It's a little over 40,000 registered vehicles.
Okay.
It creates about
So I
200,000.
just wanted to say to Mr. Faber, I'm sorry for interrupting you. Go ahead.
It just says, with the exception of all terrain vehicles, antique motor vehicles, farm tractors, or motorcycles.
Well, I just want to say, but unlike with property taxes, where the burden shifts and the percentage that impacts taxpayers shifts from commercial and residential, this is just $5 flat, affects everyone the same. There is no, yes, there might be, you know, we'll be getting taxes from the other businesses that registered their fleets within the community, but everyone's still paying the same $5 extra on their registration. That's my point there.
So
to me, that seems better than putting a budget line in them all the time.
Okay.
So if we do want to change the wording, I'd also want to include in there signal upgrades, because public transportation potentially in the future may require signal upgrades. If potentially, you know, we need proper lighting for buses and that kind of sense. I just want to make sure that we're not forgetting something that an expense may need needed in the future.
But Article 16.
That's a one-time expense.
Which could be funded in the future if, just like these other capital reserve funds that annually we put monies into to fund projects.
Right, but if we're going to be funding for public transportation, I want to make sure that the things that are there are for public transportation. And if there's something that can't be done in the future because we didn't go to the voters for it, but if it's here within this article and we can fund in the future in 20 years from now, all of a sudden things change with how you do public transportation, I would hate to have the hands then be tied.
So you're talking, Ted, like, for example, what I'm thinking of. If you have a senior development somewhere, and they need a crosswalk,
Yeah,
signalized,
right,
the money could come out of this.
yes.
Which would make sense,
A lot of impact fees.
you know?
I'll just end my thoughts with this. I do think there are some times when the government's hands should be tied, and when, especially when collecting taxes, when we should be restricted in how we can utilize those monies. So I'll just end.
Of course, I just want to make
with
sure that if it's improving for public transportation, that we're not tying our hands either.
All right, but we have the other mechanisms where we fund, where we draw monies from for those projects.
Well, and a lot of
It's a
times,
one-time thing.
these other funds are going towards improving roadways
Yeah.
and not for specifically for public transportation.
Right.
All right, any other warrant articles?
Will change.
Yes.
Yeah, please.
Okay. So Article number 7 says construction of office building. Is there any way that we can specify that it was for the SAU? Because a lot of people will be like, what is this?
Mulholland, can you give more clarification for her on that? I know we were given more clarification.
Yeah,
I can't remember from the
I
meeting.
think you can do that if you choose to. Yes.
Yeah, that would be great for transparency and all that. And I think it would give it a higher chance of succeeding.
That's true, because it does look like just office building. They don't know what office building
But
or.
it solves two things.
I thought we were given at one point a reasoning for that from legal.
So
upon
this
why.
this was me. My thought on this was: should the school in 5 or 6 years
That was it.
decide that, you know what, Moose Hill is applicable, or somewhere else, because this warrant article says SAU, we would then have to go back to the voters to change it to something else. Where if we just say office building, that's their office building.
That's not necessarily a bad thing either.
Right.
Go back to the voters.
Well,
It can be switched, but that was my thought process behind it, to make sure that should something happen, we don't have this building next door that we can't touch.
Right.
Yeah, gives more flexibility.
Danny, do you have a question?
Article 5, Justin. Why can't we put a dollar amount in there? Because we hear all the time about how expensive the benefit package is that we put together for our employees.
So I'll answer that question for you. So you can do that.
Yep.
But you don't know what the amount's going to be. That's the problem.
Every year that number will change.
But when we budget, don't we always budget at the highest number?
You could do that. You could, but you don't know what option that person's going to choose either.
Right.
So
I still think that the whole thing should be in there.
But I guess what I'm asking is, when we budget for a firefighter, what do we budget for the benefits package on that new firefighter? We don't know what they're going to take, but what do we budget for
Are we talking warrant article or in the budget?
in the budget?
So what we do is, if you look in Department 17, several years back, we merged all of the insurances together. So that way we can, in the operating budget, take a look at all the open positions and kind of, not cascade them out, but take an educated guess on where we're at. That way we're not doing family plans across the board and overtaxing the public. So what I'll typically do is take a look at a census of where we're at, as well as a census of the department, and kind of do a combination of those two depending on what positions are open.
So when we did the firefighters, the 4 firefighters.
So that was a warrant article. That was all family, because at that point it was just for that one warrant article.
Right, so
But-
you want to raise more.
Right.
Or the worst case scenario for 4 firefighters was a family plan.
Okay.
So they were all budgeted that way.
I mean, that's my thought. I think the number should be in there, because when people look at it and go, how much is that going to be? I mean, I don't know.
Could you phrase it as a not to exceed?
I don't think we can, because that'll not change in the future.
Yeah, because what if
Yeah.
because it says, if we say not to exceed $20,000, and then a family plan later on down the road is $30,000, are we making the town clerk position contribute $10,000? Because we said this amount cannot exceed, because that's not just for this fiscal year, it's for other fiscal years too. And so only appropriating that dollar amount, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, means that's the amount that is appropriated every year unless we vote on it to increase that amount every year.
So
Well, then
that's actually
what
a good
about-
point. Then maybe this warrant article should be clarified that this is actually a recurring in perpetuity, essentially, appropriation, so.
But
So
what
Justin,
about-
what would the cost be for a family plan?
48,000.
That's real close if that's not exact.
That's what you had on the thing.
All right.
I guess, but what about Article 19 and 20, where we're adding staff and to the fire department? For my edification and for the edification
19
of
and
others,
20.
the difference between why we can place the dollar amount in Articles 19 and 20 for those positions in the fire department versus not being.
And 5.
Because that's an elected position.
Okay.
So there's a couple ways you can do it, and Patrick was correct when he brought this up the last time, and there's that article from the lawyers from NHMA. You got two ways to do it. Either you can specify it in the budget.
Okay.
And we did carve it out so that people could see that. You got to look in the budget, I admit, there's multiple pages in there, but we follow the direction from legal counsel. The other option is you could put it in a warrant article. If you put it in a warrant article and it doesn't pass, then what? Like there was talk about putting the salary in there. If you put that in there, then the salary becomes zero, and you cannot pay the town clerk. So that's the problem with doing that. That's the risk that you face, and you're going to have to do it every year.
Right.
Wait, but isn't it already funded for this year?
There's money in the budget to do
Right,
that, so
so-
you wouldn't put it in two places.
Not
Well-
the benefits. The benefits are not
No,
funded.
I'm not talking about the benefits. I'm talking about the salary.
Yeah, they are. Hold on a second. He-
So it's already covered.
Wait,
clarify,
just to
so-
clarify, they are.
Yeah.
So if you go to the 05, I think it's 42 division.
They should be done every year.
Oh, wait, are you talking in 26 or 27?
I'm
27.
sorry?
You guys, 26 or 27, just ask you.
Well, so if I'm in the budget for 2026, right?
So the current year we're in.
This year, right? The July, right? Yes. It goes to the 81, whatever it is you had in the budget there.
That's 27.
That's 27.
Yeah.
But you've already budgeted for 26. So if this passes, and just say they say no, and her salary's in there, she's covered all the way up until July 27, July 27, correct?
No. When the voters say no, that means no.
Well, not in this town. Just saying, you'll learn.
That's why it's extremely risky to do that. You and I had this discussion.
I understand. I just think that, I'm going to be honest, I agree with what the residents said. Nobody is going to take the time and go look in the line item and find out where it is in the budget. And then even if they see it in the budget, they don't even know what to do to change it in the budget. So I struggle with this because I really think if we did it, if the statute says that it could be, or it should be there, and it should be what the people say year to year. It should just be a standard budget. This is what it is. Do you want to vote this in? Yes or no? Do you want it? That's, if we were getting money every year as counselors, I believe it should be on there every year. Get voted in. Yes, I vote to give the counselors $500,000 and the benefits, so $80,000 in benefits each. And the people make a decision. Oh, I think the counselors work real hard. I'm going to give them that $8,000 a year plus benefits. Or they say no. And then I think it should just revert to where it was.
Right, but the courts think otherwise. And
It doesn't make sense.
You have the authority to do that. I told you that. You got two ways to do it. You can either put the money in the budget and you specifically spell it out, which is what the guidance is from the attorneys at NHMA, or you can do a warrant article. The risk is if people vote no, that means no. And
Yeah,
you have to
it
have a
should.
town clerk, which means they're going to be volunteering their time to do the work. So you just have to think about the risk of that and make a decision which way you want to go.
Doesn't make sense to me.
So Justin, Article 19
doesn't.
includes benefits, right?
I think I got to call these people and get it explained.
Yes.
So that's salary and benefits.
Yes.
Question, going back to what Kate remarked a little earlier, given that Article number 5 as is would be a recurring expense, is it at least possible, to the point here, to add to this warrant article wording to the effect of, by the way, in this fiscal year, it'll be an amount of this and this or not to exceed whatever, but it may change in future years?
So are you talking about essentially having it be applicable benefits equal to a full-time town employee starting July 1st, 2026 not in perpetuity, but continuing on as well? Something along that line?
No, I don't want to add any wording about perpetuity.
Okay.
It was unclear to me. Kate remarked that this is going to be every year after this. So to add specificity, I'm wondering, is it possible, with all these rules from DRA, to add to this warrant article, in fiscal year 27, if this passes, that's going to be an amount not to exceed X, Y, Z. This may change in future years.
They don't like not to exceed, they want a specified appropriation for a specified amount.
Can't do that.
That's the thing.
Insurance changes every year.
The voters need to know what they're voting on, so if it's gonna be X amount of dollars, it's gonna be X amount of dollars.
That's why I said
Didn't
it
the
should be
school do that though, where there was a bond where it had a dollar amount for this year, the next year, and the next year, and the bond actually carried on
But
beyond
the
3
bonds
years?
have a fixed interest rate in which you know what the bond
so you know
payments are
what it
gonna
is.
be.
Okay,
Yep.
yep.
So the only
gotcha.
thing I'm really looking at here for Article 5 is that I'd like to see a dollar amount for the benefits.
We can't. He's already gone over that.
Well, you can,
You
but you
can.
have significant risk, that's the problem with doing
And
it.
if they vote down the benefits, they vote down the benefits. Okay? If they say, if you have in there $48,000 for benefits, and people say no, then there's no $48,000 worth of benefits. So you can do that.
Mr. Mulholland, did you state earlier on when you were first presenting this that I believe we're either the town or one of the select towns in the whole state that do not provide benefits to the town clerk?
Yeah, there's a couple, we have an actual spreadsheet that lists all those communities, and, yeah, we'd be one of the very
I
few,
actually
and
don't
most
care.
of them are really small, that don't provide those. Most of them provide the benefits.
I guess one of the biggest things, Ted, is when you look at it, the biggest portion of our budget is personnel and benefits. Salaries, benefits. Okay, we're looking at the budget and saying, we need to cut. But yet we're gonna add more benefits. I think when you have an elected position, you know, you hear about this all the time in Washington, that
Shouldn't be a
they,
full-time job.
you know, give themselves raises and better benefits. They get benefits for, you know, medical benefits for life. I think it's up to the taxpayers to decide. Do you want to pay more? Do you want to give a pay raise to an elected official? Do you want to pay $48,000 in medical benefits?
On
That
top
should-
of the raise.
To me,
guess
to me,
to-
that should be up to the taxpayer.
To that effect, then shouldn't all elected positions that receive,
Funds.
well, that receive a salary from the town be put onto the ballot?
If
every
they're going to have a
single
pay increase, absolutely.
year? Now,
Yeah.
regardless, I would say regardless of a pay increase, shouldn't they all be on?
They're in the
The
budget,
warrant.
and they have an increase, Joe.
Yeah, they don't get
That'd be like
changed
the
until-
council saying, okay, we're going to give ourselves a $5,000 increase.
Each.
Each, and we're going to just put it in the budget,
And we want insurance.
you know? I think that
Next
should
4
be up to the
years.
voters if they're going to say, we're going to give you more than 2,000.
With insurance for the next 4 years.
So.
So you gotta think about the slippery slope we're going down here. The elected positions are not supposed to be full-time jobs. They're not. They're especially at this level. They're just not. They're volunteered. You do it because you care about the community. And yeah, it's a lot of time. And yeah, we're compensating for their time. We don't even really know how much time that is. We don't know. Do you know? There's no timesheet. There's no punch in, punch out. There's no boss. I think it should be up to the voters. And so this bothers me on a lot of levels, on even what they were saying for the checklist people.
So in fairness to the clerk, as I pointed out in my budget presentation, this is the 9th largest community in the state.
I don't care.
And we really think our clerk doesn't work full-time down there? I mean, that is a full-time job. It's not like these other jobs. Now, as counselors, you get pretty close to full-times, it seems, with all the hours that you have to put in and all the homework assignments that I gave you to read. That's a lot of hours at the end of the day, and I admittedly, but that's a full-time, she has the responsibilities of managing the elections. The moderator obviously runs the election, but there's a lot of responsibilities, especially with all the new laws that we have. There's a lot of duties and responsibilities that go with that. It's not like the other positions. So this is a discretionary judgment call that you folks get to make in the first instance, but I would suggest to you that this is not just a volunteer thing that you do on the side. She puts a lot of work in. Whether you like her or not is irrelevant. The reality is she does a lot of work down there, and right now she is managing those people down there. That's what happens down there on a regular basis.
So, Mr. Mulholland, that borderlines on being an employee, which is a violation of our charter. It's a violation of state statute.
Which section and what statute are you talking about?
You know exactly what it is because you said it to me.
No, I did
It
not.
says that no elected official can be a town employee. Now, you're telling me that what you told me was incorrect. That's what you told me. I don't like playing these games with you, these syntax games. I really don't. The point is, I don't really care about other towns. I care about my town.
Me too.
So my town, I'm worried about my budget, and I'm concerned as to what people do for work and what they do. And your job is to protect your employees, and that's fantastic. And my job is to make sure that we're doing everything that is right for the people's money. Period. End of conversation. I'm not saying that she doesn't do a good job. I'm not saying that she doesn't give of herself, because she does. That is not what is an issue here. It is how are we going to do it, and are we going to treat each one differently, or are we going to treat them all the same? Because to me, if you're an elected official, and this includes the budget committee sitting up here, we should all be treated the same, and we're not.
The only thing I want to add to that is that when we look at medical benefits, they keep going up, and I think it's important that people understand that. I remember years ago when we added a ranger to the police department, and that was pitched, to the taxpayers, saying there was going to be no benefits, no medical benefits, and that changed. And then they added medical benefits to other part-time employees. So the medical cost is not going down. It's going up. It's costing us more and more. And we keep, talking about how expensive it is. We want them to, contribute more and everything else. So that's the only thing I'm looking at is when we add that. I'm looking at Article 19. I look at that dollar amount. I know it's a full package. I know what that is. I look at Article 5, I don't know what the cost of that is. And I would just like to have a cost, that's all. End of this. 2 cents.
Okay. Go ahead, please.
I know that it's difficult to put an exact amount on Article 5, but can we put something along the lines of this will affect the tax rate? Because right now there's nothing in there that says that.
So that's when you have an appropriation, that's when you put that amount in there. We don't have an appropriation in there.
So you can't put that if you don't have the amount, is what you're saying?
Well, there's no appropriation here. The appropriation's in the budget. So in order that, you'd have to put a number in here if you want to do it that way, which again, I told you, you could, the council can do that if it chooses to. And then when you do that, you would put down what that tax rate increase would be based on that number.
Any further discussions?
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
Well, warrant articles only, or we
No,
still
anything.
But
it's open.
So I guess what I was talking about before we broke this up, the on average 16% raises. Are there raises budgeted in the future for those same positions in this next budget, in the proposed budget, and what is that amount?
That's part of the 16 that you're talking about.
What's that?
That's part of the 16 that you're talking about.
Oh, so
there's a market adjustment this year for people, and then there is the normal union non-rep agreement on top of that, which makes it the 16 in total.
So that was last year and the upcoming year?
So the 16% is an adjustment from that occurred during this fiscal year.
Yeah.
And it's also the adjustment from the CBA or non-rep policy. It's both of them combined.
So when you're looking at the two numbers, that change includes the market adjustment that happened this year, plus the COLA we get on July 1, plus our merit that we're eligible for on our anniversary date.
So you're not paying for a full year in 2026 because the anniversary doesn't fall at the beginning of the year. They're staggered all over the place.
Yeah.
Depending
No,
on
no,
when they
no.
start it. And then next year, you're gonna pay a full year's amount of that.
Okay.
That's why it looks inflated.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Article number 6. Are we going to have something to let the voters know that if the default passes, what those cuts might be looking like?
Well, you've asked us to put that together, so we're working on that, but yes, we will have that for,
I just want to remind
it's
you.
gonna take.
But it will not be in the warrant article itself.
Right.
No. I just want us to know, so, yeah.
We'll give you a similar sheet that like you saw for the 400,000. You'll see for the 906,000 and reduction.
Thank you.
Yep.
So I was just recently talking to a counselor over in Derry, and I know we don't like to compare to other towns, but since we're talking about these raises and whatnot, so they have and I stole that from Dave Wally, the whatnot. They have a tax cap, and the non-employee people get exactly what the union people get. So if the union people get 2.5 raise, then the non-employee people get 2.5 raise. And I just thought that was something to throw out to think about moving forward. The tax cap and also, because it keeps it fair. They all got the same raise. And it won't be any more of these big jumps and saying we're adjusting.
Yeah.
It's moving forward.
Something else then? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Article number 8, Justin.
Excuse me, Dan. I'm
Oh,
sorry
go
to
ahead.
interrupt, but since we're on that 16% topic,
Yep.
do you mind if I ask
Oh,
one?
yeah,
quick
absolutely.
Go ahead.
question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Earlier, I referenced the cost drivers increases slide in the report. Does that wages number include these 16% adjustments that they were just talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
The
All right.
1.4, yes.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
That's all your wage increases in there.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Dan.
No problem. Justin, article number 8. $200,000 to be placed in town's expendable maintenance trust fund. 100 to be taken out of UFB. What does that do to UFB if we increase the 100 to 200? Doesn't raise taxes, but
So are you saying what does it do to our balance, or what does
Yes.
it do to that warrant article?
no, what does it do to our balance in UFB? Good, bad, indifferent?
Give me 1 second. I just want to make sure here. That'll still put us at the lower portion of the old fund balance policy the town has. As for the new one, which again, I highly recommend not going with, because come the first of the month, we owe the school district, whether we like it or not. It puts us still well above that.
So you're saying not a good idea to do the 200?
That what I would leave up to you. This is,
You're a politician.
I'm not a politician, because I leave it up to the politicians. It's one, though, that I've recommended.
Elected officials.
I've recommended that UFB should be used more for things along this lines where they're not operating expenses.
Right.
And come next year, if you guys decide you don't want this one article at all, you can take it off completely. Where an operating expense, when you add UFB to offset that, the next year you still have to make up that difference.
Okay, so when I asked you how would that impact our UFB, you said we had a policy, but how does that affect us with the auditors? I mean, are they saying we don't have enough in UFB if we take this out?
They actually made the comment on this past audit that we need to revisit our policy because we have more than what our policy states we should have.
Our current policy does not account for the county or school district payments. So, like I said, come the first of the month, we owe the school district whether we like it or not. because we collect on their behalf.
Right. Or they could say, we want it all on July 1st.
As one person, I would like to see it go from 100 to 200 and not increase taxes on people. We have money in UFB to utilize for that. That's what that should be used for. And this expendable maintenance trust fund needs to address these buildings that are falling behind in repairs.
So, didn't we have a whole meeting going through and removing, reducing the amount of
Where he fought off this very thing.
Yes.
Yeah, I know.
So
I didn't fight it off. I just didn't want. I didn't want to take it out of UFB. I mean, I wanted it to stay at 200.
You argued on how important it was to keep as much money as possible in the UFB, and you
Correct,
were
for
at
this.
us three for that.
This.
No, it wasn't for that, and you didn't say it for that. And you can go back and look at the meeting.
Any further discussion on the budget?
I just have one question. On Article 21, it mentions that that's for the relocation of remaining funds from the High Road Water Project. Did that come in under budget? And that's why that exists, and we're just using that fund for more water projects?
It allows us to use the money that we have left over for another
Perfect.
project.
Okay, that's why I was just
Yep.
curious.
Yep.
Cool.
Any other budget discussions for tonight?
Yeah. So when we had talked to the 400,000, Dan, you had said you wanted time to take a look at and come back with, your own view on that. And I guess I'd want to hear from you or any of the other counselors on any thoughts that they had about, now that we've had a week on this, of the thoughts that they had on what they should or shouldn't take out of the budget.
I'm still digesting it, Sean, unless you have some ideas. 'Cause right now, we've talked about different things on these warrant articles, but nothing has changed about it. So until we make decisions.
And so for clarity's,
Decisions.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
For clarity's sake, so we had a public hearing tonight. There's no final action on this
Right.
budget tonight. We're still
Correct.
going to be talking about it.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I just wanted to make sure
January
that.
5th, I think we gotta start making some decisions.
When's the next public hearing for this? Do we have another? Or we
Yeah,
only
it's
had
in-
one?
Hold on.
We have public hearings on the 12th, and we have public hearing on the 19th.
Thank you.
So the bond hearing is on the 12th, and then
Okay.
again, the 19th is the other public hearing.
Thank you.
So I'm going to ask then about warrant article number 12. What's the breakdown of what that 350 is? Because I know we talked about it and we didn't want to label it on certain things that it went to, and we wanted to leave it in a bigger bucket because no means no, and we ended up, and I remember that conversation, but I don't remember now what the breakdown of what all goes into this 350.
That's the ERP program.
The entire thing is the ERP
That's
program?
for your payroll program, HRIS program, and then all your finance programs, your budgeting program, your procurement program, which has all the contractors listed on the website, so you can see what they all are. That's what that is.
Okay, so just, I'm trying to write this down so I don't have to ask
Yep.
this question again. So the ERP, the HRIS,
Oh, ERP is the broader term, right?
Yep.
So it's the HRIS,
Oh, okay.
your software program for payroll. 'Cause
Okay.
right now we have 7 different programs.
yep.
And then your finance package, your budgeting package, and procurement.
So what is different in this? This is the one that replaces New World? Or
Yes,
okay.
yes.
And
New
that's-
World and the other assorted so-called programs. I'm cautious about calling them payroll programs because they're really not, but. And you don't even have an HRIS program.
Okay.
You don't have a budgeting program. You don't have any procurement program.
So when this selection was made, how was this software selected? Because
This software.
No
is not-
software has been selected yet.
Yeah,
okay,
that's
so
what
this
I'm
is
saying.
just a price allocation.
We need to put the money in the budget to be able to do that. So we looked at OpenGov to get a budget number from them. That doesn't mean that's the program we
Okay,
have
so-
to go with either.
Okay.
So we needed that budget number to put in, and that's what we have.
Think of it as a placeholder of funds.
Yeah, I get it.
Because it takes 18 months, as we talked about, to replace that program.
Yep.
And in order to start for the 28 budget, we got to get moving.
Okay, go ahead, you go first.
Oh, go ahead. No, if they've got more.
I saw you first.
Gives me
so go-
time to think and
Right,
digest.
right, right.
Going back to Article 21, is it possible to put the amount that is remaining in that fund just for transparency? To be reallocated?
You haven't, Rebecca, you haven't experienced DRA yet.
No, I have not.
So they're very strict about what you can and can't put in
Okay.
there. And that's a bit of a challenge.
Okay.
Because for the average everyday human being who has to go out and vote and try to figure out what the heck they're supposed to do and what this really means, it's a bit challenging. I remember I lived in the city of Manchester, and I'm in this business, but I didn't work for the city. And then they would have ballot items on there. And trying to educate yourself as to what they are, it is not easy to do. It's a challenge. And I'm in this business, right? So for everybody else who's not in this work, trying to figure out what's being asked of them, it's daunting, to say the least.
For instance, if you put an amount and then you actually had more in surplus than that amount, that delta, we wouldn't be able to do anything with.
I see. Okay.
So until all the projects on, correct me if I'm wrong, until that High Range Road project is done,
Okay.
we don't know exactly by the penny or by the dollar amount what that surplus
Okay.
is.
All right. Thank you.
They'll have final paving on the section of High Range Road that they have to do in the spring, and then going from Royal to Alexander, how much will that cost? And that's authorized under the present warrant article that was passed by the voters. But if we have leftover money from that, we can go and do more neighborhoods to the east where we have contamination. We just don't know what that number's going to be.
Okay.
Deb, you had-
Well, I got a little confused back on the, like, what the manager was saying, the 300 and for that technology and the open gov. So you're saying we don't really have, so if you just say the open gov or the technology one, it only costs 250,000 and there's an extra 100 there, and the open gov only costs 700,000. Now we have this extra money. Does that just get to sit in the budget and be pushed around in different lines, or does that go into the undesignated fund balance? How does that work?
It's in a capital reserve fund. So it stays in that capital, you are the agents to expend out of the capital reserve fund.
Okay, so it just sits there. Does it collect interest or anything?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
You would have to use it for IT purposes.
only.
Correct.
But you're the agents to expend.
I'm sorry?
The council is the agent to expend.
Okay,
So that requires a motion by the council to expend X amount of dollars sometime during that year to do that.
but, so that 800,000 sits in this open capital reserve
No,
thing?
no,
which
no,
would
no.
be-
It's 350,000.
Right, and I asked about open gov as well. Did it work the same way if you said they weren't a definite price?
I think I can help you out with this.
Thank you.
If you don't mind. So
Yes,
the Open Gov, I guess, to get to what Deb's asking about, where is that in the budget for this year? What's the amount? Where is it in the budget for next year? What's the amount? Like, where does it show up in here? And so we can break that down so we can understand that, because this is a different amount for that. So I just want to get all the amounts, because a lot of numbers have been thrown around here, and I just want to get to the specifics.
I'm confused.
So there's money in the IT budget for the next year for implementation of both OpenGov permitting and OpenGov asset management.
Okay.
And your annual fee. That's in the IT budget.
Management
What's
services.
that amount?
It's in the management services line on that.
You just get the amount for.
So the asset I have 130,136, and the permit I have 82,000.
82,000. Okay, and that's in current or next?
Next.
What's in current?
So 94, I sent you that email on that. I think it's.
No, I know. We're just
know.
on the subject. I don't
Yeah,
have
no,
all
it's
my.
money. So I think it's a 94, I think it was, is what's in, that's what we're spending this year.
Was there, and this is going by memory, wasn't there $15,000, like two $15,000 payments of something too, in addition to that implementation or something?
That's part of it. That's the 94.
Okay, that was part of the 94. Those weren't separate. Okay. So 94 in this current year budget, 136 and 82.
130, 136.
130, not
It's
one.
$130,136.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
And remember, you're looking at a $180,000 grant next year to fund the asset management piece of that.
Maybe.
So $180,000 grant? And what's the status of that grant?
You have to apply for that every May.
Okay, did we apply for it already?
No, because we missed that deadline, so we can't do that till May. I wasn't here in May.
Okay. Does anyone else have questions while I process this? Feel free to jump in and. So, I guess I have to keep asking questions to keep going. So we've got 350,000 in the capital reserve, and I know I'm going to get asked this question later, so I'm just going to ask it now and get it out in front of everybody. We've got 350 on warrant article 12 here, and we've got, this amount here. I guess why wasn't this funded in the same mechanism the other software is funded in?
Because I need to make those changes as I've articulated to you, and I've sent you emails, my weekly reports about the need to make this change, where have a system that's broken down. That's what you have after many years. So I made the decision to do that, to use the funds I have in the existing budget to start to make these changes. And I said that. I told you it's going to be multi-year build-out for both of these. At least 2 years on the permitting and 3 years on the asset management program.
Yes, we are on the subject now. I realize a lot of these things have came in emails, so I'm not, we're talking about it. I'm not going to pull up my emails and dig through and rifle through. I'm just trying to ask this as we're on it.
Yeah, I just want to clarify it to make sure,
Okay.
because it's as if all of a sudden magically I came in and nobody knew about what was going on here. That's certainly not the case.
Again, and I wasn't going into that, but again, I don't think any of the 5 counselors knew in September when we presented it that was signed. And correct me if I'm wrong. If any of you knew, speak up. No. But so we didn't know. Here we are, and so I'm just focused on the budget numbers. I'm trying to help answer Deb's question. I'm trying to answer a lot of, because I've got questions of this from the public of what this is, where it is, how it's being paid for. So I'm trying to just go over that, put it all on the table, and then just discuss it. Okay.
So I guess when it comes for OpenGov, and because the budget committee has come in and out, we each have different levels of knowledge regarding it's the spending for current year, the budgeting for future years. Could the budget committee have all of the information of how much has been spent and how much is being budgeted for, I'll make it super specific. So how much is being expended in, if I'm correct, FY26? Is that when we start expending funds for OpenGov?
Yes.
Okay. So funds expended in FY26 so far, funds that will continue to be expended in FY26, funds that are being budgeted in FY27, a breakdown of how the amount of monies from Article 12 would be allocated for OpenGov, and how many monies, then the breakdown for the rest of the contract for future fiscal years, whenever that ends, because I'm not sure when that ends. I know we each get different level of information, just because, right, I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around everything, and of course, right, I don't have everything in front of me, not everything presented to me. So I would like to see that in a format so that I know I can understand it, and so that other members can as well.
That we
So
can do.
is that, I just want to make sure, was that a clear enough request?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So, I guess, and I know you sent the contract in the email, so I'll just start with that. How much of this $212K next year spend are we contractually obligated to already, where there's no way around? Zero. Okay. Thank you.
There's a non-appropriation clause in the contract,
Okay.
as I pointed out.
Yep. Again, asking for clarity.
Yep.
Don't have a photographic memory.
You'd probably be doing something else if you did.
What's that?
You'd probably do something else if you did.
Yes. Maybe not. A glutton for punishment. When we went through this software, I guess, what alternatives do we look at? How did this come about? Let me be more specific. That's too general of a question. I guess, what other options were considered besides them as a vendor?
BSNA was another one that I looked at. So I've been through this whole process before. BSNA Tyler also has products, but those get matched with your larger ERP program, and that's more expensive. So BSNA had a number of challenges with it, and that's why we got rid of it where I was before. The other thing about OpenGov, it has open architecture. If you're going to make a change with BSNA, you have to pay them for every little change that you're going to make in there. Whereas OpenGov has open architecture, you can go and make those changes with your own staff. So what you have is a lot more expensive cost in the long term. You don't get hit with that right away because their price is lower. But then you pay for those every time you make an adjustment to that. You add, for instance, every time you add like your site plan and you change that site plan process, subdivision regulation plan, application process, you change that every single time you do that. And they have to do that.
Yeah.
You can't do it. So that's why they literally call it OpenGov.
Makes sense. I guess I'm looking over this, and this whole budget thing is hard. It's hard because every single thing is painful. Every single thing requires something. If we don't cut, it's painful. People are upset. I guess my gut reaction to this is if we've got a bill at 212, and we're trying to cut 370 because we cut 30 last week, could we put this on hold for a year and kind of just analyze it a bit? I feel like this really rushed and bowled me over with it, where I feel like it got away from me and we didn't really have a grip on what's going on. I see the value in it. When you were talking to me about it, when I saw the presentation, I do see the value in this. I feel like this just got rushed and rammed through, and I hate making snap decisions when I'm trying to deal with large amounts of money. And I just feel like we should almost have more time to mull this over.
You're talking about the OpenGov?
Yeah.
program?
We got till January 5th, really. We can still have.
No.
more
We
time to talk about it. so.
We do.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to look for, like,
Yeah.
if we don't want to cut services or anything else, putting this on hold for a year gets us most of the way there on what we're trying to look for. And I don't know. This is why I'm looking for suggestions from you guys too. This shouldn't just be me coming up with ways to save the taxpayers money. I'm looking for all five of us to come up with, and the budget committee, come up with other things that, what should we? Because I'm trying to get to this amount. And so I'm thinking of things. This is painful too. I don't necessarily want to do this, but if I got to pick something over Old Home Day, this is where I sit. So, we've had a week on this, and by January 5th, we'll have had 4 or 5 weeks. So I'll just say this plainly because I get frustrated with it, and I don't really know what other way to say it, and it's pretty late right now. But I get to hear on every single one of us is a champion for the taxpayers. But when it comes to taking any little thing off, no one can say the hard thing and say what that is. And these people out here get to see every single year go, yep, they say that, they do that, and it always ends up the same, and my bill's always high, and nothing's ever going to change. Richard came up here and goes, yeah, my wife's ready to told him to put the house on the market, start looking for other things. We keep hearing these stories year after year, and when it comes to it, we go in a circular conversation, and we come back to nowhere and don't cut anything, or insignificant things. So I guess I'm coming up and throwing out with ideas. I'd like to hear you guys come up with, and by January 5th, there's no I didn't have time anymore. Come up with stuff, bring it back, and we'll discuss it as a council, not just we ask circular questions about policies and Woodmont and other things that, can we get back to the budget? Well, let's get back to talking about the budget on January 5th and come back with some real things. Or just quit telling everybody you're a taxpayer champion and then you don't want to cut anything or you just want to raise everything. Like, let's come back on the 5th and talk about it.
I'll add to that. You already said that I'm not a champion for taxpayers because I don't want it to cut. But I will tell you that as much as I've looked into this asset management program, the Open Gov program, we are so far behind. All we're doing is just prolonging. I just can't stress this enough. I mean, we've got buildings that are falling apart and we're not even addressing it because we're trying to save a couple pennies here and there and saying, oh, well, we don't want to cut Old Home Day. I don't want to cut Old Home Day either. All right? At the end of the day, we have to do what's best for the taxpayer. We have to be responsible stewards for all these buildings and roads and everything else that we maintain. And we're not doing that if we're just going to say, all right, let's just get rid of this program, get rid of that program, and you know what? We're just going to wing it. We're going to go in. You've been sitting on the planning board, and when you ask what is the plan for maintaining our roads, we have a plan. Where's the plan? We don't have a plan. Okay, and that's a problem, Sean. We need plans, and we need to maintain our roads, our buildings. We need to take care of our staff. It's not cheap. So, yeah, I mean, I think this, for the longest time, we haven't had it as a town where we've had a town manager come in and say, you know what, you can use this program. Because I'll tell you, when things happened, and before he came here, I would call him, and he'd go, yeah, you know, you can look at this, this, and this. And I'm like, wow, how amazing is that, you know, that he has that knowledge and that ability to bring that. Just like when you said, well, the Open Gov, he's looked at 2 other programs.
I heard
you
one.
know,
but-
huh?
I heard one, sorry.
No, there were
Tyler,
2.
Tyler Technologies.
So,
Okay, thank you.
You know,
so Dan, let me ask you a quick follow-up question. So you tonight mentioned the woman that had to move out of town, right? Because
Yeah.
the tax rate was so high.
Joni Schmieler, nice
Okay.
lady.
But I think that Sean's point is, I know I've presented ways to cut the budget. He's presented ways to cut the budget.
Ted's
You
brought
only
up
presented
things.
ways to either keep the budget the same or raise it. So how does that help that woman?
I haven't said,
I'm just saying, like, we're just trying to find ways to keep people here and reduce the burden. Because
I understand that. And
if the default budget passes, it's really bad for the town, I think. Like, services are going to get cut.
and I heard that.
They're not going to be happy.
I heard that last year, saying, "Oh, there's no way that budget's going to pass. It's going to go to default," and it didn't. People in this
Right.
community, you don't see a bunch of people out here tonight going, you know, cut my taxes. You know, people will go online and do that. Okay, but when I wasn't up here, I'd be out there and coming out, and that's what people need to do. They need to come out and tell us.
People
you
have
know,
told me.
Yeah,
I don't
people
know
have
about you,
told me.
but-
What can I ask one question on that, Dan?
I've-
So in summary, would you say this community does not want lower taxes?
Everybody wants lower taxes, but you want the services too. So, are you saying, you know what? We're going to
Well,
tell
let
we're
me
going to tell
rephrase
we're
that.
going to tell the police chief and the fire chief, you know,
That was too general of a
200,000.
question. That was too general a question. That wasn't fair. Let me rephrase that. Would you say this community doesn't want us to cut anything? They would rather they would go with it. Is that your assessment?
no, I think there are places that you can cut.
Then help me find them.
Okay? And I'm waiting to hear what people have to say because it seems like I'm bringing stuff up, and when I bring it up, it's falling on deaf ears. So I can only
I
bring it up
personally-
so many times.
I personally have only heard you bring up things that would either keep it the same or go higher. So I'm looking for something that's going to cut. Go ahead, Deb.
Well, he did bring up the blending of the dispatch, which would save money, number one, but that wasn't why I was raising my hand.
But that was Mr. Mulholland's idea, not Dan's. That's my point. My point is I want Dan to come up with something.
I thought it was Dan's,
specific.
so
No,
whatever.
that was Mr. Mulholland's idea.
Taking credit, whatever. It doesn't matter. Fact is, it was a good idea, and it's being moved forward. I have a hard time. So I guess I'm going to say it. I guess I'm not for the taxpayer. I'm the bad counselor. I'll be the bad counselor. That's fine. I don't see the sky falling down, even if the default comes in, they'll figure it out. They always do. Look, they figured out how to get those raises. There's always money in there. So I don't like playing these stupid games. The fact is, we need that open gov because we do need to organize this stuff so we can hold people accountable so things get done properly. That I will say. I am also going to say this year to me feels lost. As a counselor sitting on this thing, because we didn't have processes and procedures in place, because we didn't have a good captain at the helm, we lost a lot of time because of the way we did it. I do keep in my heart that next year, and I know people don't want to hear this, a kick in the calendar, you don't care, I don't care. The fact is, next year, we're going to start this budget thing earlier. And these deep conversations, these ones that are, they'll be much shorter because we will be handling it all along the time. And if it doesn't happen, I will tell you right now, I'll be the first counselor belly aching and saying, how come we're not starting this budget? You promised me that we would be going into every single department, line item, and having these people justify what's in there, what it costs, what it takes, and hopefully by that time, we'll be able to get a real handle on it and be able to move forward. Because right now we're in the crunch time, the crunch numbers. It's almost too late to really start throwing things around. I'm not worried. The town's not going to fall apart. In my heart of hearts, I believe Mr. Bernard will show up at my house if I call him for an emergency. I believe Fred will show up with the fire truck if my house is burning down or I'm having a heart attack, which I might have right here. But the thing is, I believe Mr. Wally will plow our roads. So I'm not worried about what's here. The people will vote, will follow what they say, and whatever happens, happens. But next year, I'm saying it right now, I expect each and every one of us who are here or may not be here to actually start this on time, line by line, go through stuff and look at real adjustments that need to be done. That's all I got to say.
Mr. Chair?
Can I add that, you say I haven't asked for any cuts. I did tell Dave to cut that snowplow off for the sidewalks, and he did. And he agreed with me.
Did that get cut out?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
And he continues to bug me about trying to support the
was.
sidewalks.
Was that cut out?
It's part of the 400,000.
That's part of the
It's part of the 400,000, but it's not cut out, and I don't think do we all agree on that? As long as we've got that up?
What, the 400?
No, that amount. What's the amount of that?
Snowplow?
29.
I don't know that did we agree to that?
I don't know. I think you want to keep the sidewalks, and I think you want to plow sidewalks, and I don't, so.
Well,
That
okay.
item is not just for sidewalks.
Yeah, yes, it is.
Is it just sidewalks?
It was just sidewalks,
Yep.
yeah.
Wait. There's one other small item with it, too.
Yeah.
Now we're not going.
Clear, the equipment line is larger than the 28.9 that I proposed to cut. 28.9 that I proposed to cut is because I'm not interested in expanding winter services if we're not supported with personnel. I also talked about where we're deficient in our own current winter maintenance in regards to snow plowing, where I have 2 supervisors and trucks, which complicates matters when we have breakdowns. So 28.9, it's been made clear we can't provide us with the additional personnel that I'm requesting. That's not moving forward. That's fine. So therefore, remove that plow equipment because we're not going to provide winter maintenance services for sidewalks if we're not going to have the people to do it. So I just want to make that clear. I didn't put forward equipment, saying, hey, we're going to do all this stuff, and then also make the statement to withdraw it. I want to make sure it's clear that because we don't have the people, so we may as well eliminate the equipment.
Gotcha.
No, Dave, that piece of equipment, I believe you had in your presentation, did more than just for plowing, correct?
We already own the apparatus. This equipment is to put the plow, the plow and a snow blower on that apparatus.
Okay.
That apparatus is a multi-purpose vehicle. You can put boom flails on it, front flails on it, a milling machine, things of that nature. So it's kind of like your universal tool, right? We have a drill. It can be a sawzall. It can be a whatever. This is just on a much larger scale. That piece of equipment, we kind of looked at that piece of equipment so that we could put other things on it and not just buy a boom flail, which is what we had. It was 28 years old. We got rid of that. We have a multi-purpose machine now.
So I can tell you, Sean, that when I go
And
visit.
that was a warrant article, by the way, that was voted on and approved by the taxpayers. That wasn't, we bought it out of the budget. There's some of that misconception was floating around out there too that I've heard about. That was on a warrant article.
And I can tell you, Sean, that when I go visit Dave at DPW and I look at that equipment, he knows I'm looking to make sure that he's using it and it's not just sitting there.
Well, I
getting-
have a
getting
rather
rusty.
unfortunate picture of that piece of equipment right now that's sitting under snow in the mud. $200,000 piece of machinery because we don't have a facility to put it in. So that's kind of shameful. That's what we do. If you bought a $200,000 lawnmower or tractor or farm piece of equipment, I'm quite sure you wouldn't be just leaving it out in the weather. But that's what we do here.
So I guess based on that, and since we won't have the personnel to operate it, is that something we can agree at least to get something done here tonight?
Cut it.
Cut it.
If they can't,
Cut it.
if they're not going to be able to use it because they don't have the staff, they won't be able to have the staff.
Yeah, and
So we can all agree on that tonight.
Yep.
I don't know. I think we should keep it.
All right.
don't even joke.
So we're
Dan.
good with that.
Okay, I'll subtract that.
Any other budget discussion?
Well, I just wanted to finish off on
please.
what we were remarking on before. So
Thank you.
I do think we have time this year. I don't think next year's anything different. I think to the taxpayer that comes across as us giving another reason not to look at it. I know we've had a condensed time. We're all sitting here. It's 11:30 at night. Next year, hopefully, we're not sitting here till 11:30 at night because we have a longer span. But we have what we have, and it's our responsibility not to take the year off, but to put in the time to make sure that this happens for the voters. So we got a couple weeks in between. Let's come back January 5th, and let's hear some more ideas and go forward.
So Sean, both on your point and Ron's point, when you say I didn't bring anything else up, I did bring up the animal control and ranger position. I brought that up. I discussed it.
That was to increase it.
Yeah.
No, I didn't say to increase it. I did not say to increase it, and it fell on deaf ears. So
No, explain it a
we
little
can bring
further.
it back. It's getting late.
Okay.
I don't want to go there.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Bring it up next time.
Any further budget discussion for tonight?
No, I think we're good.
All right. Let's give the budget committee 2 minutes to leave, and then we have hopefully just a few more minutes left.
Gotta go upstairs.
I don't know if we're still on or not. That's why.
What, the Grange?
Well, I will not
Grange
be seeing you guys, so I wish
warrant
you all a
article?
Merry Christmas. Happy New Year.
Yeah, I'm gonna do
Sean,
public comment.
Sean, the
Nope.
Grange,
Next
they
is
want
old
to discuss
business.
that before they head out? The Grange,
Yep.
they want to discuss.
I cannot because we're. I got to get this timeline.
No, it's the one that they
Being
came
ordered
to present.
at the end of the
Oh,
meeting,
yeah, yeah.
unfortunately.
That's not in the
Because
board.
otherwise I'd
Hasn't
be
been in
here
there yet.
completely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys.
Sorry.
Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
Thank you to the budget
I don't know
committee.
if I'll see you until after the.
Hi, Ryan.
Bye, guys. Have a happy New Year. Merry Christmas.
Safe
All right, up
travel.
next, we have old business. Discuss and take action on a motion made by Councilor Bouchard to waive attorney-client privilege. I have a couple things to read here.
Go for it.
The council is voluntarily waiving the privilege solely for the memorandum dated October 20th, 2025, and the waiver is intentionally narrowed and not intended to extend to any other documents, communications related to the subject matter. The council does not waive privilege beyond this document and this memorandum should the council so desire. The disclosure is made to promote transparency as to this particular issue given certain questions raised by recent council meetings. The council expressly reserves all legal privileges with respect to all other communications. With that, I will accept a motion to. Motion by Dan, second by Sean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative.
So I also would like a formal apology from Councilor Bouchard for accusing me of committing a crime, which was not founded by our attorneys.
Okay. That I cannot make him do, sir. You can request it, but I cannot make him do that.
So I heard.
All right. Up next, we have approval of consent items. I accept the motion to approve the consent items.
So moved.
Motion by Sean.
Second.
Second by Ted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Up next, we have liaison reports.
You have the sealed minutes to approve.
Oh, I don't have that here.
He's got it.
Okay. All right.
I'll take these back when you're done.
Okay.
Oh, we read them and sign them? Is that
Yeah.
what it is?
Give everyone a couple minutes to read it, and then tell me when you're ready.
Never had this done before. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm good.
Okay. Deb?
What are you gonna sign?
No, sign anything.
Oh.
Not yet, right now.
Sign these.
No, we're handing it back to him.
Hand it back to him.
Well, you gotta vote.
Yeah.
Approve the minutes.
I will accept a motion to accept the, approve the, minutes of the non-public session, sorry,
So moved.
Second.
On December 8th.
on December 8th.
So moved.
2025. I have a motion from Sean.
Second.
Second from Ted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Up next, liaison reports. Anybody have a liaison report? Evening?
The school board meeting is having their budget hearing on this Thursday night. So they'll be speaking more on their budget, and been told there'll be more discussion on full-day kindergarten at that time. Mr. Slater, that's correct. This coming Thursday is, you guys are speaking about full-day kindergarten and the school budget as well? Thank you.
Any other liaison reports?
No.
Not a liaison report, but remind everybody that this Thursday, 8:30, is the strategic plan, and that master plan committee, I know that's Sean's thing, but is this Thursday too.
Okay. Town manager report.
I have nothing else to add.
Okay. Assistant town manager report.
I'm all set.
Excellent. I will open public comment.
People are here that live in town. Good. There's a few left. Because it is a public comment I want to make. Especially you. You're the chair, and I will basically address you.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Welcome. Thank you for staying.
For about 8 years, or 9 years, I don't know how long it's been, I have owned a building at 2 Litchfield Road with my partners. And does this microphone work?
Yep.
Yes.
There we go.
Okay, that's better, because my voice isn't there. I apologize, but I have some illnesses, and it was very hard for me to stay up this evening. And also to speak. I'm not a great speaker anyway, so, but I have feelings, just like all of you. The building that we have at 2 Litchfield is many times worse off, beyond belief worse off, than the building you discussed up the road here, or wherever it is. The Lions Hall building. It's not even close. And I'm an expert. I'm not sure many of you are. That's been my whole career for over 50 years. And I bought the building by accident. We didn't buy it as a real estate investment or to buy it. I was going to buy the paper, the majority interest of the paper. I want that to be clear to the town. And we have all the documentation. Our lawyers have everything in black and white that most of you, if not all of you, have not seen, except for one of you, have seen some of it. And so the proof is there in black and white, the documents regarding the purchase of the paper. We were buying the paper because it was in severe financial shape. And also, I was concerned that the town was not getting a clear, fair break on what was being written in the paper and snuck into the articles that were there. And it still isn't. You'll notice, for example, the last hearing we had with the planning board was quite different than the one this evening. And in that meeting, it was put at the very back of the paper, hidden in the very, very end of wherever you could put an article. Don't keep whacking your hand, okay, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I'm happy to turn around and not have to look at that person.
You're directing your comments to me.
I'm directing it to you.
Yep.
Would you keep an eye on her because I'm being intimidated?
Okay. Yeah, if you this.
I'm
Hey,
holding
go
a
ahead.
pen.
And I mean it.
Okay.
I've had my house vandalized. I have been threatened with bodily harm by her husband twice. We have a witness, 2 witnesses to that over the years. When I got a hold of the paper, it was already in, would you get that for me, Laura? The building was already in forbearance. Do you know what that means?
Go ahead.
Do you know what it means?
This is your time to talk. Go ahead.
Okay. It's my time to talk.
Yep.
I just want to be sure you know what it means. It was gone. The bank was going to take it any day. I was bamboozled into giving $1,000, lending $1,000, which I thought I would get back the next week, which was turned into being paid $50, asked to be paid $50 a month to pay back after I gave the money to give the bank. I went to the bank with the husband of your town council member, talked to them, and persuaded them to allow me to be able to buy the building. The reason we needed to was I was about to buy the paper and leave them in place, let them get paid, and whatever they did with some controls. And as far as the building went,
15 seconds.
allow them to have some of it.
Yeah.
I have 15 seconds left? Really? Okay. I have waited 7 years and been cut off every time. I have listened to you for hours tonight, especially you.
Sir, I give everybody equal time. That's why it's fair.
You don't.
I have
You
Sean.
don't give everybody equal time? Okay, let me just say this.
Sir, I have my Sean's keeping time. It was 15. I mean, he keeps
Let
track
me-
of the time for
okay,
me. So
let
I
me-
just
let me
respectfully
make
ask
it-
you, sir, to
Let me make it real short then. You're taking my time. I am asking for Deb Paul to be recused from dealing with anything I deal with in town. She has a club or a gang or whatever it is. There are 5 or 6 people. You all know who they are. They've come to every meeting in this town that I have attended to try to get anything done, not just with that building, but anything. And they have said things that
Richard, I've
have,
let you go a minute over, okay? And you know I can't enforce that. You know I can't enforce that. But I do thank you for your
I'm
time.
asking something further. I'm asking for her to be investigated.
Richard, please. I've let you go 6 minutes. I've been more than fair. I'm asking for respect.
I'll tell you what.
All right.
I will be waiting in the back of the room.
Okay. I'll
If
talk to you
there is
afterwards.
Anybody here,
Okay.
anybody, even if you don't
Okay.
live in the town, that would listen
All right.
to what I have to say. Everybody has left. I have waited.
Is
the
there anybody
whole
else with
evening.
public comment?
I am not feeling well.
Okay. Thank you.
And
I said thank
I
you.
will say this.
I gave you extra
I will
minutes.
say this.
I just asked you respectfully.
We will have-
Respect the process.
If I have to go to the,
Okay.
the paper in New Hampshire,
Okay.
we will do
I'm
so.
I'm just, thank you.
You have.
Sir, I'm asking for your respect. You've almost
You
gone.
haven't given me respect.
Okay.
And you have done some things personally.
Okay.
as the
Richard,
town manager-
Richard, please.
As the manager of the town council.
Is there anybody else who would like to speak in public comment?
The chief does have comments he has to
Okay.
make about answering.
Sir, do you want to
some
come up and
questions
speak?
asked earlier.
I will wait, I will wait in the back of the room for it, even if there's one person who wants
Okay.
to listen. I waited
Okay.
the whole evening.
Sir, how are you?
Folks, I am absolutely perfect today. No complaints.
It's almost tomorrow.
It's all good.
Sun will come out tomorrow.
So, a couple of things I just want to address that I was not able to address at the early onset of the public comments in the beginning. So, first off, I'd like to make a statement to you folks. I didn't mean to keep you on the wire here with the response from Barbara Finnemore, if I remember correctly. So this is the statement in regards to the email that you folks had. Londonderry Police Department remains committed to its mission to protect and serve the community through fair and impartial policing. Peaceful protests are protected under the right to assemble. Part 1, Article 32, New Hampshire Constitution. Our role has not changed regarding immigration enforcement. The Londonderry Police Department does not participate in 287G program or similar programs, and therefore we do not have such records to share. We are mindful of the ongoing changes to the legal landscape regarding this issue. The Londonderry Police Department will continue to comply with state and federal laws. House Bill 511, Chapter 106P, the Anti-Sanctuary Act, was signed by Governor Ayotte in May of 25 and will go into law January 1 of 2026. With that said, the police department will never not support its citizens. We will respond to calls for service always. Londonderry Police Department will assist state, federal, and local law enforcement agencies at any time of need in our community. We would never allow our citizens nor another law enforcement agency to be in our community without help. We will not go out looking for federal enforcement action. We focus on our state and local here in Londonderry, and that's what we will continue to do. One of the questions that had arose was, will we share information about people who are protesting peacefully down at Wednesdays and 102 and whatnot? If there's a law enforcement criminal investigation, we will participate with information gathering if need be. But we're not going to openly just contact HSI and give up information on where people are peacefully protesting. It's quite public knowledge. People can find these things out on their own. And we will always engage ourselves in what we've always done, is be a professional law enforcement agency in New Hampshire. So that is that.
Chief, will you be sending that off to Ms. Finnemore?
I didn't have time to get that out before the meeting, sir, but absolutely first thing in the morning.
Okay, I think she was looking for a response, so thank you.
You got it. The other thing real quick, as Mr. Belinsky had mentioned about cruisers, he is correct. It is simple. We don't have 4 detail cars. We don't. I've made this comment several times, and I believe I did last time we talked about our part-time fleet managing officer as well. Historically, what we have always done is when our cruiser fleet gets high mileage, the cars with the highest amount of mileage we take out of patrol, and they become a dedicated detail car. They have more idle time than they do mileage, so that way we can reduce that. So that's what we do for that. The other question was asked for you to get back to you on was the detail fund. Yes, we do have a cruiser revolving detail fund that does generate money that goes towards purchasing of equipment for the entire fleet when need be. So we do have that. And then lastly, Councilor Bouchard, you had asked me roughly what the overtime cost for Tuesday night's incident on Route 28 and Triangle Mobile. It's roughly about $4,500 is what that cost in overtime. Thanks for recognizing that. We had about 12 people out there, myself included, and I was there till 1 a.m. We had staff out there till 4 a.m. It was about 18 to 20 degrees out that night. Not fun. But yet again, that was an incident where your police department responded accordingly, professionally, and helped another law enforcement agency performing a duty that happened to roll over into our town. So, I think that's all I've got.
So Kim, 4,500 is just your portion, not fire, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay.
But yeah.
Thank you.
So just so you know, with that one, it was staff that was being held over from second shift, calling midnight personnel in, some of our SWAT team members, as well as calling in some detectives to process scenes.
Yep.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Anybody else with public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment. I have a question for the town manager real quick. Are we too late now to go into the non-public session? Are we going to do that in the future, or are we going to do it tonight?
I would suggest you want to do it now. That's
Okay, so make sure we're still doing it. Okay. So,
It's not morning either.
so
It's
if
just
I,
a non-public, you're not meeting with legal counsel, I already took care of that.
Yep.
It's just a non-public session now.
so, and we're reading any statute?
Yep.
Let's
It's listed
see.
right on there.
Okay, yep. So we are going to go into I'll accept a motion to go into non-public session regarding hiring of a public employee pursuant to RSA 91:A:3 2B.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Sean, second by Ted. Roll call.
Aye, Ted Combs.
Aye, Sean Faber.
I, Ron Dunn.
Hi, Dan Bouchard.
I, Deb Paul.
So just so the public knows, you're going to adjourn, you're not going to be coming back down here so that
Yes.
they don't have to wait around for nothing.
Thank you.